Good morning. Please, if everyone could take their seats. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to this third day of our meeting in Punta del Este. I would first like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the delegates, to our hosts, the government of Uruguay, for the generous reception we had last evening. It was an ideal opportunity for delegations to interact and relax after a very busy second day. Yesterday morning, we continue with statements, initially from member states and then from observers. The enthusiasm and commitment to build a comprehensive instrument that we heard on Monday continue through the statements in the morning. And again, I heard a lot of convergence of views on what the instrument should achieve. And I am encouraged by this. We are clearly all heading in the same direction. Just to indicate to you the intense interest in the issue, over our two meetings of opening statement, we heard 99 interventions, including from 74 members and 8 regional groups. Thank you, colleagues. Just before we close our morning yesterday, I introduced to you the agenda item we are going to begin this morning, which is the substantive part of our discussion. I would like to reiterate the issue we'll discuss. These are scope, objectives, and broad options for the structure of the instrument. Options for potential elements, which are broken down into 5 sub-items as follows. A, core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, including national action plans. B, support to implementation, including capacity building, technical assistance, and finance. C, support to monitoring and evaluation of progress in an effectiveness of implementation and national reporting. And D, other elements including scientific and technical cooperation and coordination, research and awareness raising. And finally, E, stakeholders. Other point was standard articles on final provisions and sequencing and recommended further work to be undertaken. As I mentioned yesterday, the purpose of ordering this issue in this way is so that you may structure your interventions under each item, which I believe will facilitate our understanding of the issues. We have also having the chair several consultations regarding the possibility of establishing contact groups. I will inform about this later because we would like to have a consensus on this, so I will inform you in a few minutes. Now I will ask the Secretariat to introduce the relevant documentation for this agenda item. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The list of working documents to consider during discussions under Agenda Item 4 can be found in Annex 1 to the scenario note, along with the information documents that support and complement the working documents. These documents were requested by the open-ended working group that took place in Dakar in May. The working documents are as follows. Document 1/4, broad options for structure of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, taking into account paragraphs 3 and 4 of UNEA Resolution 514. This document was developed from a desk review of existing multilateral environmental agreements and other instruments. As most multilateral environmental agreements have a similar structure, the broad options presented in the document could be applied in the development of treaties addressing various subject areas. It covers the basic structure of legally binding multilateral environmental agreements and broad options for the structure of core obligations and control measures, including the specific convention model and the framework convention model. Document 1/5 is on potential elements based on provisions in paragraphs 3 and 4 of UNEA Resolution 514. It includes key concepts, procedures, and mechanisms of legally binding multilateral environmental agreements that may be relevant to further implementation and compliance under the future international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Documents 1 and 4 and 1/5 are aligned. Document 5 suggests a proposed clustering of elements identified in paragraphs 3 and 4 of the resolution and includes guiding questions. Document 1/6 is the glossary of key terms. It is divided into 1, terms used in the UNEA resolution that have definitions adopted or endorsed by an intergovernmental process. 2, terms used in UNEA Resolution 5/14 that do not have definitions adopted or endorsed by an intergovernmental process, but that may be relevant to the development of the instrument. Thirdly, it includes terms not used in the UNEA resolution that may be related to those used in the resolution and that have definitions adopted or endorsed by an intergovernmental process. Document 1/7 on plastic science provides the latest available information on plastic pollution science. Document 1/8, the description of standard articles on final provisions that are typically included in multilateral environmental agreements, provides background information on established practice for developing final provisions, which is set out in the annex to the document. The Secretariat has also compiled a set of draft standard articles on final provisions, which are set out in the appendix to the annex. Document 1/9 is an overview of existing funding currently available for addressing plastic pollution through international funding arrangements, including from other processes, programs, multilateral funds, development banks, and private sector initiatives. Information document 10 is an addendum to the overview document. It includes the lists of 5 existing types of financing arrangements. Document 1/11 is on priorities, needs, challenges, and barriers relating to ending plastic pollution at the national level, including a summary of submissions from member states. As of 12th of August 2022, 21 submissions had been received from member states, and to complement the summary of submissions, information document 8 was prepared, which includes a literature review. Document 1/12 is an overview of stakeholder engagement frameworks under other instruments and of potential approaches for the international legally binding instrument. Finally, document 1/13 is on existing information that might assist policy makers. It provides a non-exhausted list of categorized information, building on information document from the open-ended working group, information document 3, and it draws from submissions received in connection to the INC process. It also outlines how to access this relevant information through the Global Partnership on Marine Litter, the digital platform of the partnership. There are a number of additional information documents that have been prepared to support the meeting. That concludes the introduction of the working documents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Secretariat. Let us now begin our deliberations by considering the scope and objectives that might be included in the instrument. as well as the broad options for its structure. I propose that we use documents UNEP/PP/INC.1/5 and UNEP/PP/INC.1/4 developed by the Secretariat as the basis for discussion. As you are all aware, we have a very limited time in which to cover a number of very important items. I would therefore urge you to keep your intervention as brief as to the point as possible so that we can achieve the maximum amount of progress at this session. Thank you very much, colleagues. Now I open the floor for interventions. I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Norway.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by thanking the Secretariat for the comprehensive set of documents prepared for this meeting. On the structure, Norway seeks a traditional treaty to end plastic pollution, which is legally binding upon ratification. It should contain general and specific commitments for all parties. Different national circumstances and capabilities may be reflected in the design of the measures and mechanisms to support implementation. An essential outcome of the treaty would be that it enables parties to achieve more than what states may achieve individually. The treaty must be dynamic and able to respond to developments in knowledge and increased ambitions. On the objective, the first part of the title of UNEA Resolution 5/14, End Plastic Pollution, has already settled as the ultimate goal of our work. However, we also see merit in specifying the primary motivation for ending plastic pollution. Plastic pollution contributes to the triple planetary crisis and has significant adverse effects on human health. Norway proposes that the objective of this treaty be to protect the environment and human health from plastic pollution and ultimately end plastic pollution. On the scope, it must allow for a comprehensive approach that addresses the full life cycle of plastics. The scope should be wide enough to enable us to address all drivers and sources of plastic pollution, as well as the full breadth of materials, products, chemical substances, including additives, uses and processes applied in the value chain of plastics from the time of polymerization. As our knowledge on plastic pollution will develop further, the scope cannot be defined in a way that constrains our future work under the treaty to only what we now know about the drivers and sources of plastic pollution. The scope may be further defined in the core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches of the treaty, including its annexes. Norway reiterates the importance of cooperation, coordination, and complementarity between the treaty and other relevant conventions, for example, the Basel and the Stockholm Conventions. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Norway. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be starting in a second. My laptop is failing me. Das geht nicht doof.
We can give the floor, if you want, to the next speaker before and returning then to Switzerland. I'll give the floor to the distinguished representative of Chile.
Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, we wish to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents regarding the options for the structure for the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Chile reiterates its intention to achieve a treaty that is as ambitious as possible, bearing in mind the importance of promoting a holistic approach which tackles the full life cycle of plastics, in particular in the marine environment, in addition to the various existing realities across all of the regions which comprise the United Nations system. And in light of the above, and on that basis, we wish to agree upon goals, targets and measures which support international and regional cooperation, as well as foster capacity building, technical assessment, financing mechanisms and compliance, such that this agreement fully aligns with the goals and spirit of the mandate that arose from Resolution 514. As such, we believe that whatever the legal format we adopt, we must continue along the same lines given to us by other international agreements when they were implemented. For example, the annex system of the Minamata, Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm Conventions, or we should follow the Montreal Protocols or the Stockholm Protocols, which establish realistic targets and goals that countries can abide by. Regarding the principles that should underpin the future agreement, we should have the precautionary principle, the polluter pays principle, and the preventive principle, and the non-undoing of progress. And there should be progressive goals established tackling the extent of the danger of plastics and its additives. We should take in mind technologies that are available, and we should foster inclusion, ensuring that we can fully include waste pickers in waste management. We believe, moreover, that it is important from this very point to ensure that we have two contact groups, one on the substance of the agreement, where we'll discuss the goals, divisions and mission of the agreement, and then the documents which the Secretariat should prepare for Inc. 2. The second contact group should base its discussions on procedural matters such as dates and venues of the next meetings, as well as modalities of participation and the contributions of stakeholders, clustering, sequencing and the way that the intersessional work should occur. Mr. Chairman, we believe that these groups cannot be held in parallel because some delegations only have one delegate. So we urge you to ensure that 2 delegates are financed from countries such as our own. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Chile, and I give the floor to the distinguished delegate of Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for your patience. So with the new Resolution 5/14, we have the mandate to negotiate a legally binding instrument that has a broad scope covering the whole life cycle of all plastics, starting at feedstock sourcing, covering the production of virgin plastics and also production of products, their use, their disposal, recovery and recycling, including the reintroduction of recycled materials into the life cycle. The Swiss delegation sees as an objective of the treaty to protect the environment and human health from plastic pollution. To reach this objective, we need to achieve sustainable levels of production and consumption, ensure a safe circular economy of plastics by excluding hazardous chemicals and problematic and unnecessary plastic products, and also to further ensure an environmentally sound management of plastic waste. Regarding the flow of negotiations, we acknowledge that an initial discussion on scope and objective is useful. A broad understanding will allow us to provide a sense of direction for the INC process. This said, we don't yet need an agreement on these issues to advance on the discussion on other items such as core obligations and control measures. Lastly, on the structure of the treaty, we need an instrument that includes legally binding global rules, including targets, bans, and transparency requirements. Using the term as outlined in the INC working document number 4, we can best achieve this with a specific convention. Indeed, a treaty with annexes would allow for gradual strengthening. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland. Ahora le doy la palabra.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru, followed by the European Union and Japan. Many thanks, Mr. Chairman. Resolution 5/14, adopted at the last UNEA, provides a broad mandate on the scope of the instrument that we are negotiating, and that mandate is related to the full plastics life cycle. Peru believes that this involves that we must take measures that tackle the very beginning of the plastics life cycle. That includes, for example, measures to eradicate certain plastics, such as single-use plastics. Peru is convinced that the future treaty must adopt a cross-cutting approach to the problem. And this is to ensure the establishment of a system which prioritizes the responsible and sustainable production of plastics. At the same time, it would allow us to work to raise people's awareness regarding what responsible consumption is, and to raise their awareness regarding the environmental, social, and economic impacts of the use of plastics. Both aspects depend on each other and are mutually beneficial. We also believe that in terms of the scope of the future instrument, we should include here the reduction of already existing plastics, also known as legacy plastic. This is indicated in the operative paragraph 3C of the UNEA resolution. This is a question of paramount importance for many developing countries, in particularly coastal countries and small island states. As regards the goal of the instrument, Peru believes that the most pragmatic approach would be to have a simple and open objective, and that would follow along the same lines as other environmental instruments. And our goal should be to adopt concrete measures to put an end to plastic pollution, prevention, reduction, and eradication, and this in order to protect human health and the environment. Peru believes that the structure of the future instrument should be grounded in should follow the model of a specific convention, one which contains common obligations for all states and control measures. As such, the instrument should provide for specific measures to reduce the production of virgin plastics. It should establish measures to eliminate single-use plastic and the use of certain substances which are harmful to human health and the environment. It should promote recycling and guarantee the safe and adequate elimination of existing plastic waste, particularly in the marine environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the distinguished representative of Peru.
To the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me start to address the matter of structure. The EU and its member states would like to thank the Secretariat for preparing this very useful overview. It will certainly inform our reflections on the way forward and help to make these more concrete. However, in our view, form follows function. Without progress on core obligations, control measures, voluntary commitments, and other elements, the discussion on structure cannot properly be informed, nor can it be conclusive. It may, however, be useful in helping to shape the overall ambition towards which we are going to work. The EU and its member states will make every effort to work towards an instrument that will enable acting upon core obligations immediately upon ratification in view of reaching the objective, an instrument that should allow for a phased approach and gradual strengthening of the measures over time. We will work towards an instrument that will ultimately be attractive for many to join while making a real difference. While it's too early for the EU and its member states to express their preference for an exact form, our initial consideration is that a specific convention where all relevant operational provisions will be agreed in the core text, supplemented by annexes, would be the most effective way towards reaching the objective in the context of the urgency of the problem. Let me now also address the issue of scope. The EU, Let me now also address the issue of objective. The EU and its member states wish to see an ambitious but realistic outcome of the negotiations on the future instrument to end plastic pollution. We see agreeing on scope and objective as an essential first step. The EU and its member states favor a short and inspirational objective of the new instrument. It should be formulated so it can be easily and clearly communicated what the new instrument aims to achieve. Ending plastic pollution, reflecting the title of the UNEA Resolution 5/14, to protect both the environment and human health. In this manner, the new Convention's objective could build on and be inspired by the objectives of the Stockholm and Minamata model. In the view on the EU and its member state, this can be achieved by a circular economy for plastic. This overarching objective should be supplemented and supported with more strategic and operational sub-objectives covering the different stages of the life cycle of plastics, including microplastics. In that regard, the EU and its member states are willing to start the work on identifying the objectives of the instrument, building on the 4 strategic goals as proposed in UNEP PP INC/17. I will now hand over to my colleague to read the rest of the statement. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, and Mr. Chair, what we want to achieve clearly determines the scope of the agreement, which should reflect our ambition to end plastic pollution with a view to protecting human health and the environment and reaching a plastic circular economy, while at the same time recognizing the positive effects of such an instrument will have on climate change and biodiversity. Such an instrument forms the basis for how comprehensive and ambitious the scope will form the basis for how comprehensive and ambitious the instrument will be in addressing plastic pollution. The EU and its member states believe that the instrument needs to cover the full life cycle of plastics, as others have said, from the stage of polymerization and processing of pellets to end-of-life or waste management operations. To achieve truly sustainable production and consumption of plastics, we will need to ensure that all plastic materials and products, including microplastics and potentially nanoplastics, and plastic pellets used as raw materials in plastic productions are covered. It is the view of the EU and its member states that priority should be given to the upstream parts of the life cycle by commitments and provisions that lay the ground for a safe and sustainable production and consumption of plastics for better reuse, repair and recyclability already in material and product design and the production stage. Without action upstream, we will not manage to tackle the many important downstream challenges that we have heard so much about during the first days of this INC. We look forward to fruitful discussions on this issue. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representatives of the European Union. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan, followed by the Cook Islands and Costa Rica. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I don't have a prepared statement because we are now in negotiation mode. But after I make this presentation, as appropriate, I will be handing in documents to the Bureau and to the Chair. Before I directly attack or address the items prepared by the Chair, and thank you for doing so because it is useful that we discuss by clusters, but in this plenary, because we have to listen to all the positions item by item in this plenary so that we get a better understanding. I would like to thank you, Chair, and the Bureau and the Secretariat for preparing excellent documents. Before I address directly the scope, structure, and objectives, I would like to share with you the basic understanding from where Japan will be negotiating. We believe that due consideration should be given to some points as we discuss substantive elements of a plastic treaty or instrument. First, technological and scientific characteristics of plastics and their high utility in the socioeconomic context. Second, the fact that there's not sufficient established scientific data showing negative impacts and risk of plastic pollution on human health and the environment. Third, engagement by both plastic-consuming and emitting countries is a key factor for effectiveness of the treaty. Fourth, plastic pollution in marine and other environments needs to be tackled through a full life cycle approach, taking into account national circumstances and capacities. Now I would like to address the objectives and perhaps goal. As I mentioned in the opening statement, the treaty shall have objectives centered around halting and reversing biodiversity loss and to protect human health from potential risk caused by plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, while recognizing the important role of plastics for society. Related risks of plastic pollution to human health should be carefully considered based on the future progress of scientific knowledge and evidence, so the instrument might be a progressive one. To attain the objectives, setting a clear global common goal, such as the Osaka Blue Ocean Vision or its advanced version in a treaty, can be an idea. In this regard, a feasible approach would be that all members aim to reduce to zero additional pollution by plastic litter in marine and other environments by a certain year. And as I recognize Monday, we sense that there's a growing support for the target year 2040. So those are the, lastly on structure, I agree with the EU that the substance should come first and structure should be discussed corresponding to the substance, particularly on the obligations and measures. What we are going to discuss later on obligations and measures, what we want to collectively achieve there should be guiding us on what kind of structure would be ideal for the instrument. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Cook Islands on behalf of the small island developing states.
Mr. President, I deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 Pacific Small Island Developing States, and we align with the statement of the Alliance of Small Island States. The people of the Pacific are stewards of the world's largest ocean basin. We are large ocean states. To get a sense of how immense the Pacific Ocean is, it can fit Earth's landmass. Pacific SIDS are not producers of plastics and their additives. Yet, according to the Second World Ocean Assessment, the South Pacific subtropical gyre is home to the highest recorded quantity of floating plastics. We are deeply concerned about the impacts of plastics and microplastics pollution in our region. The climate, environmental, social, cultural, economic, human health, and food security impacts of plastic pollution occur at each stage of plastic's full life cycle. These impacts undermine our right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment for present and future generations. We are committed to protecting our ocean and islands from hazardous plastics and related chemicals of concern. This is evident in our actions to legislate against single-use plastics and regional strategies, including the Cleaner Pacific 2025 strategy and the Pacific Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter. We welcome and strongly support the development of an ambitious, internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. For the Pacific, the scope and objective of the instrument needs to be broad enough to protect the environment and health of Pacific Islanders from the impacts of plastic pollution and associated impacts from climate change. Mandatory measures must be set for the prevention, reduction, and elimination of plastic pollution from the marine environment. We must do this by stopping plastic pollution at the source and promoting a non-toxic circular economy. The objectives of the future instrument, therefore, must be twofold. One, ending plastic pollution in all environments, including the marine environment, and remediation of legacy waste. And two, achieving a non-toxic circular economy for plastics protective of human health and the environment, and one which safeguards the climate system. Such an increment should be guided by key principles, including the precautionary principle and the polluter pays principle, particularly regarding toxic and hazardous chemicals of concern. It should pursue policies which follow the waste hierarchy, starting with prevention. We believe that the internationally legally binding instrument should have an institutional structure that recognizes that plastic pollution is an urgent issue that needs to be acted on now. This could include, among other things, the establishment of a scientific, economic, and technical body as a subsidiary body under the instrument, with a broad mandate to provide key advice to parties on the implementation of the instruments. We believe the type of instrument that would most effectively address the plastic pollution and marine litter problem is a specific convention, one where the core obligations and some control measures appear in the body of the instrument and may be supplemented or elaborated upon without the need for additional gratification. There must be a holistic approach to have control measures that address sourcing, upstream, midstream, and downstream, taking a full life cycle approach and promoting a safe, non-toxic circular economy. Mr. President, for the global instrument to be effectively implemented, it must provide for the special circumstances of Pacific SIDS and other SIDS. Pacific SIDS do not produce plastics, but bear the environmental, economic, social, and cultural burdens and injustices of cleaning up after the world's biggest producers and plastics polluters. The instrument must provide specific allocation on procedures for SIDS to access finance and other means of implementation necessary for carrying out obligations under this instrument. A financial mechanism should include provisions to fund programs for capacity building, policy development, research and development, including access to the latest science. Access to data is a major issue for Pacific SIDS. Pacific SIDS need safe and genuinely sustainable plastic alternatives, institutional strengthening, technical assistance, monitoring and reporting and technology transfer that considers the special circumstances of SIDS. It should also provide funding for programs to remediate the environment from the plastic waste and marine litter that is already polluting our ocean. As a complement to science, the instrument must incorporate in a rights-based manner the traditional knowledge of indigenous people and local knowledge systems of relevance to understanding and addressing plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Our Pacific Ocean provides the global community as well as our peoples with vital ecosystem services. In our role and responsibility as ocean stewards to guard our ocean from plastics pollution and to protect our people's cultural identity, we urge all of you in this first session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to support us, stewards of the world's largest ocean basin, by taking seriously our requests for the objectives, scope, and structure of the instrument. Without it, not only do we in the Pacific have much to lose, the global community have a lot to lose. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Cook Islands. I will give the floor now to countries speaking on behalf of regional groups, and I will first give the floor to the representative of Antigua and Barbuda, speaking on behalf of AOSIS.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I have the honor to deliver this intervention on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. So in terms of objectives and scope, AOSIS feels that the objective of this instrument on plastic pollution must be clear, practical, attainable, and realistic, while being considerate of the elements and principles of Resolution 5/14. The ultimate objective of the instrument should be to prevent, reduce, and eventually eliminate plastic pollution in order to avoid its related risk to human health and adverse effects on human well-being and the environment, particularly in the marine environment, in a progressive and strategic manner that covers the full life cycle of plastics within the context of promoting circularity and sustainable development, taking into account the special circumstances of SIDS. In order to support ambition in this instrument, AOSIS continues to consider quantitative and measurable targets or goals within the objectives. The scope of this instrument is past, present, and future plastic pollution globally, and the necessary actions across the full life cycle to achieve the objectives, prioritizing those actions which would reduce the disproportionate impacts of plastic pollution. SIDS envision the design of the instrument in a way that allows for flexibility and progression, while taking into account the transboundary nature of plastic pollution and its disproportionate impact on SIDS. The instrument must provide clarity and/or recognize certain key terms and concepts, including but not limited to plastic, biodegradable, reusable plastic, compostable, extended producer responsibility, extended producer liability, problematic plastics, recyclable plastic, private sector, non-recyclable plastic, sustainable alternatives, substitutes, full life cycle, linear and circular economy, resource efficiency, single-use plastic, microplastic, plastic waste minimization, environmental product design, sustainable consumption and production, plastic pollution in the marine environment, technology transfer, upstream, midstream, downstream, and plastic waste leakage. The instrument will also need to recognize principles and approaches, including but not limited to polluter pays principle, equity, and precaution. regarding the elements of the instrument, the 8 broad headings as proposed by the Secretariat's note, UNEP/PP/INC 1/5 are a good starting point, noting that these may need to be supplemented as the negotiations progress. And I can list there the preamble, introductory elements, core obligations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia on behalf of GRULAC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will read this statement in my national capacity. So, gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding the general structure of the treaty, Colombia believes that the option which will allow us to make quicker progress on achieving our general goal, at the same time as allowing the necessary flexibility to integrate progress made in science and other research on effects of plastic contamination, is to have a specific agreement with control measures, so provisions regarding prevention, elimination and mitigation, and one which can also have annexes which contain specific information and with a clear, simplified system for amendments. Regarding the scope, the global problem of plastic pollution has cross-boundary dynamics which must be tackled through holistic global binding measures which determine the standards for common action that should bind all states. Moreover, the impacts of plastics encompass all types of ecosystems. As such, the focus of this instrument must be one that allows us to have a broad scope which covers pollution across all sectors. It is key to promote the sustainable production and consumption of plastics throughout the full plastic life cycle. We must adopt and implement a focus on education, prevention, and the management of waste through the circular economy. We should have gradual targets in terms of reduction, and those targets should be measurable across time and attainable. We should bear in mind national capacities. The instrument should allow us to tackle in the long term all polymers in plastics. However, we must identify and prioritize types of materials and plastic products for preventive measures and measures for reduction in the short term, in line with their characteristics, including risks and leakage pathways and the potential damage they can cause for health and the environment. Existing pollution and contaminated pollution sites should be the subject of progressive roadmaps. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the general goal of the treaty to be agreed upon within the INC should be focused on preventing, controlling and reducing plastic waste and microplastic waste from marine and land sources, with a view to eliminating plastic pollution in the environment, including in the marine environment. This goal should be simple and understandable. It should encompass and tackle the problem in a holistic fashion, but ensure that it remains a goal at the forefront of our minds throughout time. I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia.
The floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana, who speaks on behalf of the African Group.
Thank you, Chair. The Africa Group wishes to see a broad but ambitious objectives that cover plastics over the entire life cycle, and that is protective of human health and the environment. This objective must be underpinned by equally ambitious means of implementation, including new, additional, predictable, and adequate financing, technology transfer on concessional and preferential terms, and capacity building, while upholding the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. To this effect, Mr. Chair, the Africa Group wants to see the ambition reflected in the treaty that results in an end to the plastic pollution problem, including in the marine environment, for the benefit of the present and future generations. The instrument must be based on the polluter pays principle. It must address human rights issues, including socio-economic rights that take into consideration the differentiated economic and social circumstances of member states. The objective needs to reflect national, regional, and international coordination and cooperation among countries, supported by relevant stakeholders, to realize a shared global goal of eliminating or minimizing the harmful effects of plastics along its entire value chain, taking into consideration the transboundary nature of this challenge. The Africa region would therefore like to see an instrument that encourages action by all stakeholders, including industry, academia, labor, the informal sector, as well as local communities and indigenous peoples. Mr. Chair, on the issue of scope for the instrument, the Africa region envisages a scope that is broad enough to cover all aspects of the sources of pollution and the impacts they have on human health and the environment, including the impact on marine resources. The treaty should reflect a scope that covers all aspects of the life cycle of plastics, including production processes, design options, the application of harmful chemicals and additives. The scope must also reflect the adoption of the principles and practices of circularity in all the core actions that are taken across all stages of the life cycle of plastics. The instruments must have clear provisions for monitoring, evaluation, and reporting of progress. It should cover the management of plastic waste, including legacy plastics, the illegal trafficking and dumping thereof, as these are particularly important to our region. The scope should also cover upstream, midstream, and downstream measures to control the different types of plastic pollution sources, including the use of single-use plastics, fishing gears, microplastics, among others. Mr. Chair, we would like to see the vital role of states in coordinating actions, as well as the necessary support to be provided by stakeholders that are clarified in the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ghana. Ahora le voy a dar la palabra.
I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica, followed by the representative of Saudi Arabia and the distinguished representative of Cuba. Many thanks indeed, Mr. Chairman. First of all, we thank the Secretariat for the documents prepared for this discussion. My delegation wishes to make particular reference to our ambition regarding the scope and some of the goals of the treaty. Regarding the scope, we believe that this agreement must have as its primary focus providing technical, legal, and financial tools for the integrated management of plastic, with the ultimate goal of eradicating pollution to protect the environment and human health. This must be the pivotal goal to which we must all aspire. Regarding the specific goals of the treaty, we believe that this instrument must establish global standards for common action to guide states, but also to guide businesses. Moreover, the instrument should ensure that countries adopt action measures, in other terms, national plans, to tackle the problem of plastic pollution and to create the necessary infrastructure for the implementation and verification of compliance with the national plans. At the same time, the goal of our treaty should also be information access and ensuring the relevance of education provided and awareness raising regarding the problem of plastic pollution, including the potential impact it can have on human health. Regarding the structure, we foresee an instrument which includes general global principles regarding how to tackle this problem and aspects regarding the plastics life cycle which we hope to monitor and oversee. It should include both obligatory measures and voluntary measures for each step, bearing in mind the idea of a progressive approach. Regarding the issue of additives and pollutants, we believe it would be more appropriate to include these in an annex by way of a list which can be reviewed following a certain timetable, because this is an issue which constantly evolves. Regarding the form and the way that will work in order to make progress in this INC, we wish to echo the request made by the delegate of Chile to have two contact groups, one that will tackle issues of substance and another that will tackle procedural issues. These discussions will help us to have a tangible result stem from this meeting. We also reiterate the appeal that was already made by GRULAC and other regions regarding the importance for the Secretariat to guarantee financing for at least 2 delegates from developing countries. Thank you very much. I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Floor to the distinguished representative of Korea, followed by Ecuador and Egypt. Republic of Korea has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you give us a few moments? You could perhaps go ahead with other speakers first. Thank you.
Thank you. I will give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Ecuador, followed by Egypt and Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ecuador is advocating for an ambitious, effective treaty which is the fruit of collective work of the international community and of a transparent and inclusive process. Regarding the scope of the agreement, Mr. Chairman, we believe that this scope should be a broad one with obligations and control measures which allow us to halt plastic pollution, bearing in mind their global impact on the environment, human health and the economy, particularly in developing countries and in small island developing states. It will be important for us to identify all options for obligations, public policy and control measures. We should ensure that all are functional across the life cycle of plastics. We must also recognize the interrelated nature of this issue. It's related to climate change, food security and biodiversity issues, and we should recognize the positive impact that the agreement would have in terms of reducing the economic costs already incurred by the problem of plastic pollution. And we should acknowledge that the fact that this treaty can minimize the impact of plastic pollution on human health and the environment, and the impact it can have on a gradual transition towards sustainable and responsible methods of production and consumption. In Resolution 514, Mr. Chairman, there are already elements that reflect the collective ambition and the result that we hope to have in terms of the effective implementation of a legally binding treaty, which is achievable. We hope to eradicate plastic pollution on marine ecosystems and the coast to ultimately protect the environment and human health. This goal should be ambitious, pragmatic, broad, understandable and sustainable over time. In order to achieve this goal, we must take account, among other things, the bans on substances that are harmful and that are found across the plastic value chain. We should also reduce production, consumption and use of plastic. We should promote circular economy approaches which include strict standards that are applicable to both products and services. We should promote the domestic environmentally sound management of litter and the importance of resolving the problem of existing plastic waste and litter. Moreover, it is vital to guarantee adequate and available means of financing and technology transfer, technical assistance and capacity building. Finally, Mr. Chairman, to have an effective treaty, we must draw on the expertise and experience of Minamata, Basel, Stockholm, Rotterdam and Montreal. We must, moreover, inform ourselves regarding existing expertise throughout the United Nations system, for example, the World Health Organization, the FAO and UNCTAD. And we should draw on the experience of other organizations such as the WTO and the World Customs Organization. Finally, we wish to reiterate that the genuine and effective participation and contribution of academia and the scientific community, the private sector and civil society as a whole is absolutely pivotal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Distinguished representative of Ecuador, I want to correct my list of speakers. The next in my list is the representative of Saudi Arabia, followed by Cuba and Republic of Korea. So I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Saudi Arabia would like to express its gratitude for the efforts that was made by the committee up to today. With regard to the options for structuring of the instrument, we acknowledge that the timeline set for INC to finalize the details of this legal instrument is very ambitious and challenging. The preference when working towards a structure is flexibility, especially to developing countries. We reiterate our efforts to work with colleagues in a collaborative manner to achieve the required outcome. For the scope, our view is that it's necessary to define the scope of the instrument. Saudi Arabia is in the position to understand the importance of promoting sustainable design of products and materials in order that they can be reduced, reused, recycled, or remove plastic waste from the environment, thereby returning value in the economy for as long as possible, along with resources that were made for adaptation of one of the circularity approaches, such as an agreeable definition of full life cycle is important as it is linked with the scope of the instrument. Highlight the importance of supporting research and development in finding technical solutions that adopt circular approaches and investigate sustainable technical solutions within the valuable chain of production. Assess, address, and understand the socio-economic impact of the implementation of response measures and the principle of limiting the harm to the economy and environment of developing countries should be a key part of this instrument. Our views for objectives. Saudi Arabia believes on the need of addressing plastic pollution through circularity approaches. Based on the principle of reduce, reuse, recycled, and remove plastic waste, as we mentioned earlier. Recent research evidence that higher recycling rates of post-consumer plastic are achievable with the right business model, product design, consumer awareness, technology development, and regulatory support. The objective should aim to reduce additional plastic pollution in the environment, and marine plastic litter takes into consideration a bottom-to-top approach, and based on the national circumstances that include reducing the discharge of mismanagement plastic litter by providing waste management and environmentally sound management, and providing innovative solutions through the exchange of research and development while recognizing the critical roles of plastic for our society. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. Le doy la palabra.
I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba. Many thanks indeed, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation fully supports the proposal presented by Artinga and Barbuda on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States regarding the goals of the treaty. We'll simply add the next points. First of all, we should be inspired by the mandate and the themes covered by UNEA Resolution 5/14. As such, we believe that our instrument should focus on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, in order to avoid the risks related to this problem for human health and the adverse effects it can have on the human environment and the human health. This is in one of the preamble paragraphs of Resolution 5/14. We must also forge ahead with the definitions that we'll use throughout the negotiation process. As such, we believe that one of the first provisions that we should prioritize in the document INC/6, elaborated by the Secretariat, this is a document that should be used from our this is a document that should be used by us, but it should be amended. We should look at the past, present, and future approaches, and as such, we should prioritize small island developing states. Regarding means of implementation, we should reiterate that this negotiation and their negotiation should occur, but in line with obligations and control measures. Specifically regarding finance, it's important that we consider not only the resources that must be new and additional, but also the purposes for which these resources can be used. We've previously spoken about the complexity of the issues that we're dealing with, and this sets negotiations on this instrument apart from all subsequent or previous negotiations rather, which have created multilateral environmental instruments. Therefore, there should be distinctions made between various financing mechanisms. Colombia believes that this new mechanism should also be implemented so that developing countries can access technologies that are vital to comply with any new treaty. There should be finance for technology transfer. Finally, regarding the structure of the new document, we believe that the annex focus is appropriate in line with the style of specific conventions. But to be innovative, this could be combined with protocols for certain aspects. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Egypt aligns itself with the statement delivered by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. And as several speakers have already pointed out, Mr. Chair, having a specific convention with annexes which progressively flesh out the specifics should give us the space required to achieve the ultimate objective or objectives of this agreement, bearing in mind that addressing plastic pollution across the whole life cycle is an immensely complex, multifaceted, and multi-sectoral challenge. As the Secretariat rightly points out in its note on broad options for structure, one of the benefits of the specific convention option is that it can produce an instrument that can more easily adapt to changing circumstances or evolving needs of parties, with the possibility of amending either the convention body or indeed its annexes. Mr. Chair, the spirit of this convention must be clear from the get-go. It must not take a top-down approach, but rather adopt a bottom-up regime with an overarching global target achieved through nationally determined actions, specifically national action plans, with clear and explicit linkages between action and requisite support. This support must encompass new, additional, predictable and adequate finance, technology transfer on concessional and preferential terms, as well as, of course, capacity building. In this context, the objective must be set out in the context of sustainable development and efforts to eradicate poverty, taking into account, among other things, the principles of the Rio Declaration on Environment and Development, particularly, of course, CBDR, as well as national circumstances and capabilities. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Rwanda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues. Rwanda aligns herself with the African Group statement delivered by Ghana to call for an ambitious global framework that will guide efforts to end plastic pollution, not only for this generation, but for future ones as well. To achieve this task, we will need to craft effective interventions across the full life cycle of plastic, ensuring transparency as well as measures and controls on the following: the sources of raw materials, virgin plastic production and consumption, plastic product design and use, plastic waste management, and plastic pollution in the environment. This delegation further believes that these measures and controls must be capable of being strengthened over time without the need for additional ratification for the instrument. In this way, we will create an adaptive and responsive framework to tackle the challenge ahead. Mr. Chair, as a practical way to make progress, we welcome the idea of opening informal groups at this INC, which is an inclusive and efficient process to move forward. Our understanding is that the groups will discuss some substantive issues regarding the information we need to request from the Secretariat, which will serve as a basis for discussions in INC2. The groups may also focus on process-related issues such as stakeholders forum and how its outcomes can be better packaged to contribute to the INC work. In consideration of small delegations like mine, it would be helpful if the groups do not work in parallel. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Rwanda. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of China, followed by Brazil and Thailand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would like to make comments on the scope and structure of this instrument. We believe that the scope of the instrument is very important. As we all know, there are many kinds of plastics which are widely used in various fields such as agriculture, industry, and construction, and provide basic material guarantees for clothing, food, housing, transportation, and medical care. We suggest the new instrument be goals or targets-oriented, starting from the sources of plastic pollution and determining the types and behaviors relating to the plastic to be controlled. The main factors contributing to plastic pollution are repeatedly mentioned in the conference paper INC 1/7 regarding plastic science, such as mismanagement of waste is the largest cause of plastic pollution. Poor management of plastic waste leads to the entire marine environment pollution. Therefore, we suggest the new instrument focus on plastic products that are easy to leak to the environment, focusing on the links prone to such leakage to the environment, that is, the collection, utilization, disposal of plastic waste, and on the strengthening and control of plastic waste discharged into the marine environment. In addition, we suggest that the jurisdiction of the Convention should be confined to the scope of national jurisdiction. And on the structure of the instrument, the Chinese delegation believes would like to thank the Secretariat for the different conference document prepared. We noticed that different structures for instruments can be mixed, and each has its own advantages and disadvantages. We believe that the form of the instrument should serve its purpose and content. Although the instrument to be developed is new, the work involved in plastic pollution control is not new. At present, multiple international conventions and frameworks are controlling one or more links in the whole chain of plastic governance. The new instrument should enhance cooperation, coordination, complementarity with other international conventions and instruments. Therefore, we believe that the form of a specific convention should help develop one targeted provisions, form synergy with other international conventions and instruments, and also help the process of global plastic pollution. And concerning the principle of the instrument, we believe we have not seen any document by the Secretariat concerning such principles, but based on the statement by other delegates, we believe such principles like the whole cycle control and polluter pay principle and other common principles should be included. And terminology should be formulated based on the legal definition agreed on. And we believe the new instrument should also closely relate to the interpretation and from the whole economy should be taken as a whole, and all the synergy should be considered. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. Before giving the floor to the delegation of Brazil, I will give the floor to Mexico for an online intervention. Mexico ready?
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mexico is grateful for the work of the Secretariat. We believe that the documents prepared are a good basis for our discussions. While this plenary meeting is a valuable space in which we can share general ideas, Mexico believes that we must avoid political statements and rather begin to roll up our sleeves and get to work, indeed get our hands dirty, and really meet the challenges we have ahead head-on. As such, we support Chile's proposal, supported by GRULAC, that is of creating 2 contact groups to kick off negotiations, one on procedural issues and another on the substance of the agreement, with tangible deliverables that should be achieved for this first meeting and precise instructions for the Secretariat with a view to the second INC. Regarding the scope, Mexico believes that the agreement will have to contain a clear common vision with ambitious goals which encompass the full life cycle of plastics. From its very construction, the treaty should encompass a human rights-based approach, the recognition of the human right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment, and the right to health. Moreover, Mexico believes that the agreement must include core principles such as the precautionary principle, the polluter pays principle, the principle of prevention, non-regression, and the principle of being gradual. We here have a unique opportunity to develop an agreement which covers existing international gaps, as well as complementing and improving synergies with international agreements that we already have. However, Mexico would indicate that it is necessary to avoid both straying beyond the agreement's mandate and it's also necessary to avoid overlap and duplication. As such, the Basel, Rotterdam and Stockholm or Minamata models could serve as viable examples for structuring our own agreement. Mexico believes that avoiding the creation of new entities could save time for the treaty's implementation. Consequently, the use of existing mechanisms would be an option that we would wish to pursue. Mexico insists that implementation mechanisms should be tackled immediately, such that financial assistance, capacity building, and technology transfer can be priority issues. Regarding definitions of concepts, at this stage of negotiations, we believe it wise to not be comprehensive in our definitions list in order to avoid diverging opinions regarding concepts that might be differently understood by different parties. Finally, Mexico would indicate that decision-making should be based on the best available science and be grounded in traditional knowledge, and draw support from that. As such, we should champion greater interaction between science and policy, and we should foster the exchange of information. We should primarily draw on the experience of the BRS conventions, and we should follow what arises from the work of the scientific panel on chemical products. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil, followed by Thailand and Argentina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Our delegation would like to praise the hard work of the Secretariat put into developing the working and information documents for INC1. Brazil believes that this process could lead us to finding technical and economic viable solutions to the pressing threats of plastic pollution on both human health and the environment, and at the same time lead our societies into more sustainable patterns of consumption and production. In that context, we cannot forget that underneath it all, we will be promoting systemic economic transformations. Thus, Brazil would like to highlight that the systemic changes that will result from this future instrument aimed at ending plastic pollution, anchored in a life cycle approach, should also be an opportunity to promote more equity while implementing it. Equity within our countries as well as amongst nations. It's very important to avoid replicating or worse, widening inequalities. For that, we will need solid, efficient, and effective means of implementation. As we switch to a new economy of plastic, we should secure a more just transition into a new system in which developing countries also benefit from future value chains within and around the different plastic sectors, especially when it comes to the supply of renewable, green, and safer alternatives, the development of infrastructure, and access to technological innovations. Obligations and control measures need to be ambitious so we can effectively tackle plastic pollution, from the provision of renewable feedstock through addressing toxic chemicals and additives and recycling challenges to the sound final destination of wastes. In doing so, those obligations and control measures need to rely on science-based evidence that encompass environmental, economic, and social impact assessments in order to secure that the systemic transformation we all hope for is effectively sustainable. As a way forward, we support the suggestion expressed by colleagues from GRULAC to establish 2 contact groups as soon as possible. One on the outcomes we want from INC1 on substantive issues, and another one on intersectional work and modalities of multi-stakeholder engagement. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning and Sawadee ka. Thailand appreciates the work done by the Secretariat on the documents beforehand, which is very big, facilitating our negotiation. In terms of objective and the scope of the instrument, Thailand view of that. The objective of the instrument must clearly and concisely convey the goal and result of eliminating plastic pollution. In accordance with the Union Resolution 5/14, our proposal can be read as follows: to end the plastic pollution in order to ultimately protect the human health and environmental impacts from plastic pollution arising through their entire life cycle. Aligning with the Union Resolution 5/14, the scope of the instrument should definitely consider to cover life cycle of plastic, while allow for both binding and voluntary approaches, taking into account national circumstance and capabilities. The scope should include the ultimate goal as well as spell out key direction of roadmap to be taken to achieve the ultimate goal in order to end plastic pollution in 2040. It should as much as possible close the loop of the toxic-free plastic circularity. However, determination of the core measures should be carefully considered to address various issues involved from upstream to downstream, and to also any new problem that may arise in the future. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
I thank the representative of Thailand. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Argentina, followed by South Africa and Turkey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As regards the future instrument, we believe that we should consider actions and obligations which cover the full life cycle of plastics in order to mitigate the impact on human health and the environment caused by plastics and microplastics. We should also consider the challenges, incentives and programs that exist already at a national and global level, including scientific groups, action programs and other incentives and initiatives. We should also evaluate the possibility of integrating these into what we do and not overlapping with their work. Regarding plastic waste, we should consider development provisions and scope of the Basel Convention, and we should also inspire our work on Minamata Convention on mercury. Regarding global prohibitions that the convention could tackle, we should consider the possibility of establishing specific annexes which provide flexibility and allow for the development of mechanisms that will allow us to amend annexes, because things could evolve, and we should consider microplastics, throwaway plastics and dangerous plastic materials first of all. We should establish a mechanism which allows us to evaluate the relevance of restrictions, and we should base our work on analyses across the plastics life cycle. We should also consider mechanisms for robust technical assistance addressing all developing countries that require technical assistance as well as technology transfer. And we should have the Secretariat support for compliance with any obligations that are entered into. Regarding action plans, we could consider making it obligatory to present and continually update national action plans, as well as promoting the design of complementary national and regional action plans. We also believe that we should consider mechanisms allowing for the participation of stakeholders from the scientific and technical sectors as well as from industry and civil society. Regarding means of implementation, Mr. Chairman, we should consider at an early stage the establishment of a financial mechanism to assist developing countries in the implementation of the obligations and provisions of the treaty. Regarding the format, Mr. Chairman, our delegation does not have a specific preference, providing all discussions occur at the same pace and at the same time. As regards definitions, we believe that these definitions should be tackled carefully and should be closely aligned with the scope of the future treaty. As such, we suggest that at a first stage we attempt to not work on a long list of definitions. Rather, we should simply work on a couple of basic concepts such as working definitions. Regarding guiding principles, we suggest taking into account, of course, an ecosystem approach, a precautionary approach, and the taking of decision based on the best available science, the protection and preservation of the marine environment, and of course the Principle 12 of the Rio Declaration. And that means that no measure that's adopted in the environmental sphere should allow for or be arbitrary or unjustified discrimination against trade. That is, without prejudice to other approaches or guiding principles, which will of course be considered as we consider specific issues. Many thanks, Mr. Chairman. I thank the distinguished representative of Argentina.
To the distinguished representative of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. South Africa aligns herself with the intervention by Ghana on behalf of 54 African states. This instrument must ensure that the objective is underpinned by UNEA 5/4 decision to ensure that the environment is protected from plastic pollution and the right to an environment that is not harmful to health is also protected. On the scope, South Africa emphasized that any processes and products that are linked to plastics pollution should be in scope. The obligations and control measures should be delineated across the full life cycle, categorized according to upstream, midstream, and downstream aspects. The control measures should include both legally binding and voluntary measures as informed by national circumstances and capabilities in accordance with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. South Africa emphasized that obligations need to go hand in hand with the means of implementation, and a multilateral fund should be considered. It is my delegation's submission that the establishment of the contact group that would consider the means of implementation be prioritized in your considerations today, Chairperson. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, we would like to thank the Secretariat for the excellent documents they have prepared. The End Plastic Pollution decision taken at UNEA 5 is a decision of historical importance on the protection of the environment and has brought us great responsibility in the INC processes. We know that everyone is aware of this responsibility. Turkey would like to state that it's beneficial that the new instrument to be prepared is a plastic-specific multilateral environmental agreement. We think that the different capacities and technical structures of the countries should be taken into account in the new instrument, and it should allow the provision of the necessary financial funds. In addition, having a specific working unit for marine issues will provide faster results. We expect the new instrument to form a basis for joint work of countries by bringing together not only national and global, but also regional actors. Turkey believes that considering all these issues as annexes to the new instrument should also be kept on the agenda. The new instrument should cover broadly the sustainable consumption and production, life cycle assessment of plastics, measures and details, describe the national action plans in order to ensure their implementation on a timely manner. And also, the new instrument should be established based on EPR and polluter pays principles. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Armenia, followed by Kenya and Vietnam.
Thank you, Chair. Armenia supports the idea of development of specialized convention as we consider it more applicable to rapidly address the global problem of plastic pollution, and also we support the idea that instrument should cover the whole life cycle of plastics. The instrument should consider strong obligations related to the substances and materials, which will include the transparency requirement on chemicals in plastics. Also, the instrument should contain obligations related to the plastic products, which will include the market-based instruments, such as taxes and fees for consumption reduction and harmonized product labeling. Scientific technical cooperation, coordination component, among others, should serve for the identification of reliable alternatives for plastic products and materials. The component related to means of implementation should serve for introductions of flexible mechanisms similar to clean development mechanisms in order to balance the institutional and technological gaps between developed and developing countries. And the last but not least, the component related to the awareness raising, education and exchange of information should be very strong and contain big spectrum of toolbars. We support the idea of establishment of informal and contact groups in order to extend the supportive capacities of institutional content of INC. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Armenia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Chair, for the floor. At the onset, Kenya would like to align itself with the statement made by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. The Kenyan delegation would like to thank the Secretariat thus far for the guidance availed to the committee. At this crucial stage of establishing the scope of the instrument, Kenya considers two main factors that should guide the arrival and distinction of the scope of the instrument: the time allocated for the negotiations and the severity of the global challenges of plastic pollution. Excellencies, Kenya calls for the prioritization of the objectives focusing on protecting human health, biodiversity, and climate from the impacts of plastic pollution. Evidence shows that harmful substances, such as chemical additives that have negative impact on the human health, and therefore a special focus on the upstream phase of the plastic life cycle, where plastics plastic production takes place should be implemented. However, this should not come at the expense of the focus on the entire life cycle of plastics in the midstream and downstream phases. Kenya, as a country in the global south, fully appreciates and is cognizant of the role that is played by the small and informal stakeholders, such as waste pickers in the waste management process, currently existing in the domestic level, and as such, calls for the inclusion of a just transition aspect in the development of the legally binding instrument. Further, Kenya seeks to have an inclusive instrument that shall also address the needs of all stakeholders, including the private sector, so as to foster ownership of the instrument and enhance a bottom-up approach in the implementation process and procedures. The need to have an international-based standardization of both product design and policy to ensure a favorable policy environment for the private sector should also be highlighted. Excellencies, a robust and effective monitoring and evaluation framework is another element that the Kenya delegation deems imperative for inclusion in the scope of the instrument that shall ensure that the collective responsibility and inclusive interventions from all stakeholders are documented, tracked, and evaluated to ensure harmony in the implementation of the instrument. Kenya supports negotiating a plastics treaty in the form of either a specific or framework convention based on the two factors of consideration mentioned earlier of time allocated and severity of the specific phases of the plastics life cycle in the pollution to be covered. The structure that should also reflect specific articles and annexes that are binding to all stakeholders in the entire value chain and the life cycle of plastic. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Vietnam, followed by the United States of America and Montenegro.
Thank you, Chairs. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by thanking Uruguay for the warm welcome and for the convening the first INC meeting on development of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. It is an honor for Vietnam to be part of this important work. Like many other countries, Vietnam continues to be adversely affected by plastic pollution, both on land and in the sea. And thus, we are fully aware of the long-term impacts of plastic waste on nature and human health. The government of Vietnam therefore fully supports the development of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution. For Vietnam, participating in the negotiation of this instrument, we can see both opportunities for joint activities as well as substantial challenges that require collective determination and concrete actions from all of us to resolve. In this regard, taking this opportunity in order to develop a feasible legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, I would like to underline some key points to INC 1 specifically. First, looking at the successful implementation of some multilateral environment agreements, strong commitments made by all member states and stakeholders should be matched by responsible and concrete actions to achieve future ambitious targets. Second, dealing with this critical global environmental problem, we all understand that it is difficult to satisfy all aspects, especially the economic element, leading sometimes to trade-offs and compromises. But they need to be considered with a view to the environment to be left for future generations. And third, the whole global supply chain of plastic, including waste.
Please, we are having a technical problem. Please give the floor to Vietnam to finish his statement.
Third, the whole global supply chain for plastic, including waste plastics, must be addressed in the process of ending plastic pollution, with the manufacturing sector playing a significant role especially in designing out plastic waste from products. How governments can build effective, long-lasting partnership with the private sector, therefore needs to be given adequate attention throughout the whole negotiation process. And last but not least, Vietnam's delegation is firmly committed to the success of the negotiations ahead of us. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States would like to work together to develop an ambitious, innovative, country-driven global agreement. We agree with the points made by Peru that the objectives should be simple, and we see much commonality with Norway, Switzerland, the European Union, Japan, Africa Group, GRULAC, and Brazil about the framing of the objective around protecting human health and the environment from plastic pollution. We believe this broad framing could enable action throughout the through an ambitious, innovative, and country-driven global agreement, and support greater understanding of the impacts of plastic pollution and how to help prevent them. We also want to identify an ambitious global goal, or North Star, and believe this could be eliminating the release of plastic into the environment by 2040. This global goal could drive our action in the near term and complement our objective. We want to avoid duplication with other instruments, as we heard China and Mexico express. We also agree with the views expressed by Egypt, Argentina, and Kenya on the need for a bottom-up approach. We see such an approach as countries working together towards a high-level objective through national action plans, and think such plans should describe nationally determined measures and policies to combat plastic pollution. We also think such plans should be updated periodically to increase their ambition. We agree with Rwanda on the need to strengthen our efforts over time under a common objective, and believe the approach outlined by Egypt offers a good path forward. We also think it is important to keep the focus on plastic pollution not only in the marine environment, but also in terrestrial and freshwater ecosystems. We support developing an instrument that uses the same basic structure found in many MEAs, as the Secretariat highlights in Document 1.4. And we are seeking a structure that will drive ambitious progress as soon as possible by the widest number of countries. We also support the European Union and others that have noted we must ensure that form follows function for the structure of the instrument. We do not see the specific and framework models outlined by the Secretariat as mutually exclusive, and in fact think as we move forward, we may end up with some type of hybrid. Finally, we agree with OASIS that noted that Document 1.5 offers a good path forward to continue to work together on these elements. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Montenegro, followed by the Republic of Korea and Senegal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. My thanks go to the Secretariat for preparing comprehensive documentation. Montenegro would like to align with the statement of the European Union, and I would like to add a few points in my national capacity. My delegation would like to see an ambitious and pragmatic, legally binding treaty that will take into consideration the situation in every country in line with the UNEA 515 resolution. We would like that the objective of the plastic treaty to end plastic pollution be framed in a way that all stakeholders can easily communicate, that the objective can be easily communicated, because that is very important for the further implementation. There are several MEAs from which lessons relevant to plastic treaty may be drawn, and we can build on lessons learned from Minamata and the Stockholm Convention. The objective should be further developed through sub-objectives, and it has to cover full life cycle of plastic. we advocate for a specific treaty. The scope of the plastic treaty should lead to an ambitious endeavor to end plastic pollution with a view of protecting human health and the environment, protecting plastic and reaching a plastic circular economy. The scope of the treaty should take into consideration the complexity of the challenges of plastic pollution that we are facing and take into consideration aspects relevant to all stakeholders. The provision relating to the scope must be clear and concise, and as any ambiguity or uncertainty might affect the interpretation and implementation of the rest of the instrument. In order to achieve a practical and implementable agreement, but also the ambitious one, it is crucial to ensure adequate means of implementation concerning financial resources, technical assistance, including sharing and co-development of new technologies, as well as capacity-building mechanisms aimed at developing countries. We believe that the dedicated multilateral fund should be established to enable the implementation of the new instrument by developing countries, which should rely on the new additional predictable resources from different sources and be assessed on concessional terms. We believe that the scope and objective are very important for the future instrument, and we hope that at INC 1 we will be closer to defining an ambitious outcome. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Montenegro. I give the floor now to our distinguished representative of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My delegation has already touched upon these issues during the general statement, but we would like to add a few words to further elaborate on this aspect. First, on the structure of the instrument, we are flexible on both options of a specific convention and a framework convention as long as they can serve our goals. We concur other delegations that follows functions. On scope, first, a full life cycle approach and the recognition of the need for a comprehensive approach rather than selective approach have been clear mandates from the resolution, UNEA Resolution 5/14, and should be articulated right at the outset if we are going to have the zero draft of the instrument. So we are of the view that the full life cycle of plastic, including all upstream, midstream, and downstream measures, need to be included. That means design, production, consumption, trade, and waste management all fall under the scope of the instrument. Secondly, if defining the extent of the treaty in terms of the different types of plastics, the definition of some relevant terms should be critical, and that these definitions should be science and evidence-based. On objectives, again, we would like to point out that the UNEA Resolution 5/14 already elaborates that the aim of the instrument is to protect human health and environment, in particular the marine environment, from plastic pollution. In this regard, the objective of this instrument should be to bring consumption and production of plastics to a sustainable level, enable a circular economy that protects the environment and human health, and achieve environmentally sound management and recycling of plastic waste. We also agree that the objectives can be comprehensive and adaptive that can incorporate technology development and innovation. We can therefore consider a middle point objective or target in the way up to zero plastics. My delegation wishes to add nuance to this broad formulation by adding that our objective is to reduce, reuse, recycle, and to replace plastics with alternatives or substitutes. It is important that we incentivize the innovation and the utilization of alternatives and substitutes. We look forward to constructive discussion on these issues as we move forward focused negotiations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Korea. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Senegal, followed by Pakistan and Indonesia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The delegation of Senegal aligns itself with the statement of the African Group, delivered by Ghana on the scope and the objectives of the convention. I would also like to thank the Secretariat for the documentation that they have produced. We want a convention with annexes that takes into account the full life cycle of plastics and which would be an instrument that we could amend easily, particularly by amending the annexes where necessary. We would also like the approach to be a bottom-up approach involving everyone, and that the national regime action plans or country programs be adopted to make very clear the actions that are going to be conducted at the country level. On the subject of financing, we want there to be predictability and an appropriate level of financing, because financing that has a real impact on the ground, and models that are going to involve technology transfers and capacity building, things that already exist and which we have tried and tested. The convention must be aligned with the principles and the Declaration of Rio, particularly on common but differentiated responsibility. The compliance aspect and the regime of obligations need to be clearly established, taking into account the specific circumstances and respective capacities of countries, and above all, in the African region. At the outset, we need to ensure that the private sector is involved and ensure that nobody is excluded, as well as all stakeholders. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Senegal. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We thank INC Secretariat for preparing the documents. We would like to suggest that the objective of the treaty should be to protect human health and environment, including marine environment, from plastic pollution. We support the option of specific convention for plastic instrument. We echo China on scope of treaty. We first have to define the plastic, what types of plastic, whether single-use plastic, packaging, plastic in products like in the form of electronics, fishing gears, microplastic and other plastics. Then we will start negotiate the scope of the instruments. We support the provision of National Action Plan, environmentally sound recycling of plastics, financial and technical support, including technology transfer, control measures to reduce and minimize the use of plastics, alternates of hazardous and toxic additives, extended producer responsibility. The treaty should be based on polluter pay principle. The instrument should also address the legacy plastics and phase out or phase down model. The treaty should be negotiated on available scientific information, particularly the impacts of plastic pollution on human health, environment, including biodiversity. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Indonesia, followed by Australia and Algeria.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the Secretariat, for preparing the documents. Mr. Chair, in our view, when we speak about objective, scope, and structure, the main principle should be that it is clear, attainable, ambitious, and at the same time realistic, taking into account national circumstances and also reflecting the principle of CBDR. Specifically on objective, we are of the view that this treaty should be geared into ending plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. And furthermore, it should create level playing field through capacity building, technical and financial assistance for developing countries. And in addition to that, it should also advance bottom-up approach based on national action plan to ensure effective implementation of this instrument. Mr. Chair, on the scope, we are of the view that this treaty should cover the full cycle of plastic, full life cycle of plastic, and promote circular economy. In this regard, we need to have a clear and common understanding of what these concepts entail. On the structure, we are of the view that this is a very early stage, so we believe that form follow function. We have experience with both specific convention as well as framework convention. But before that, I think we need to have a common understanding first on the objective, what we want to achieve. And then we discuss which form will facilitate us better. Finally, Mr. Chair, to react to previous speakers regarding contact group, we have a humble request to you, Mr. Chair, not to convene parallel contact groups during the meetings. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia, and I have taken duly note of these recommendations, so there will be no parallel contact groups. The next speaker in my list, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Australia.
Thank you, Chair. It is the view of the Australian delegation that the form or the structure of the instrument must be informed by the substance of the control measures. It should cover pollution across the entire life cycle of plastics, as well as plastic pollution from all sources. This includes marine plastic pollution, micro and nanoplastics, and any harmful chemicals used during design and production. The instrument must be clear, flexible to adapt to changes in scientific knowledge, technological change and other considerations. The structure should allow for consideration and discussion of common international control measures as well as country-level measures. Common global rules across the value chain are needed to address a global transboundary problem. They will also level the playing field for industries and minimise costs of transition. On the objective, Australia's priority is to develop an ambitious global agreement that will address the adverse impacts of plastic pollution on our environment and human health. It will be important for the instrument to recognise the value of plastics and create a safe circular economy. This must include accelerating international efforts to remove harmful chemicals from plastics and improve transparency and traceability. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Algeria, followed by Uruguay and Jordan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair, Madam Executive Secretary and colleagues, representatives of delegations. Since this is the first time I'm taking the floor, allow me to congratulate you on assuming the chair of the Intergovernmental Ad Hoc Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. I would also like to congratulate the government of Uruguay for having taken the initiative to host this meeting and thank them for their warm welcome. I would also like to thank the UNEP Secretariat for the efforts that they have made to prepare for this meeting. Mr. Chair, Algeria aligns itself with the statement of Ghana on behalf of the African Group, but would like to share a number of elements to be taken into consideration in the context of developing the future legally binding instrument on the question of plastic pollution. But before getting to the crux of the matter, I would like to recall a number of principles which should guide our approach to this exercise going forward, namely that any legally binding instrument must be able to achieve the objectives that countries have commonly agreed to. The instrument should also leave the door open to countries to adopt their own visions, which should converge with the objectives set at the global level. That's why our approach should be transparent, inclusive, and based on the viewpoints expressed by delegations. It is also necessary to recall the need for this instrument to be balanced and accommodating for all countries, based on the understanding that they are not all at the same level of responsibility or the same level of implementation capacity. Regarding the scope and the objectives of the instrument, Algeria is of the opinion that the instrument should focus on general aspects of international cooperation on plastic pollution and leave the door open to dealing with specific aspects in additional instruments where necessary and on the basis of an evaluative approach. As for the objectives of the instrument, we support the idea that there needs to be a holistic approach taken that combines action with implementation, with means of implementation. And here, the ambition of global action to combat plastic pollution should be considered alongside that of the financial and technical support to be provided to developing countries to allow them to comply with a future legal framework on plastic pollution. Thank you for your attention. I thank the representative of Algeria.
I
now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Uruguay, followed by Jordan and Colombia. Many thanks indeed, Mr. Chairman. The Resolution 5/14 of UNEA provides a clear mandate, and all of the elements contained therein must be respected, including in negotiations within the INC. For this process to be successful, we must have a broad level of participation, regional and gender balance. We once again underscore the need to ensure that the Secretariat facilitates the financing of at least 2 delegates per developing country, in order to make sure that all delegations can cover all of the intense work we have before us. For Uruguay, it's fundamental to conduct these negotiations with a high level of ambition. We would like to aim for, as a result of this negotiation process, a specific convention, an international multilateral environmental agreement that has specific obligations and control measures, which is complemented by annexes in order to allow a certain degree of flexibility, such that the agreement can adapt to new arising challenges and scientific developments. The goal of the future instrument should be focused on the protection of the environment and human health. Moreover, we champion the integration of a human rights-based focus into the agreement. As such, we suggest paying particular attention to the reports produced by the Special Rapporteur of Human Rights on Toxic Substances and that produced by the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and the Environment. We acknowledge the urgent need to prevent, reduce, and eliminate plastic pollution and the negative impacts of hazardous substances across the plastic life cycle and of the toxic additives which are put into plastics and the toxic impact they have on human health and the environment. Moreover, the social aspect and the important contribution that waste pickers make and informal workers make to reduce this plastic pollution must be taken into account. We must also produce the reduction of informal labor and consider the creation of new jobs and capacity building for the new roles and training for the new roles that these waste pickers might assume. We're aware that we'll need a wide variety of strategic approaches if we are to reduce problematic plastics, harmful substances and toxic additives, and to tackle pollution and the effects that it's already had on our ecosystems. For example, establishing categories, assessing the types of plastics that are necessary and those that are highly damaging and those that should be eradicated immediately. Which types of plastic could be gradually reduced and which plastics should be maintained in use because they are vital. We must, across the participation of the participation of the private sector and the civil society, but we also need to actively involve the scientific community, academia, young people, waste pickers, and people in situations of vulnerability that are negatively affected by this crisis. All of this work should be accompanied by measures of implementation and adequate finance mechanisms, capacity building and technology transfer, such as to allow national implementation plans to be genuine instruments for compliance with international obligations provided for in the body of any future agreement. Uruguay believes it vital to promote sustainable production and consumption, as well as cooperation and coordination with other multilateral agreements and bodies. We should also champion education and raise awareness. That's very relevant to alter consumption patterns. At the same time, we should make it transparently clear what components each product have so that consumers can make informed decisions. Finally, we should guarantee a just transition based on the circular economy. We believe that the environmentally sound management of waste and economic progress with proper jobs go hand in hand. I thank the distinguished representative of Uruguay.
Give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس، أود في البداية أن أشكر الأمانة على إعداد الوثائق.
Thank you. I'd like to confirm my gratitude to the Secretariat and would also like to congratulate you, President, upon your election. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, we were gratified to have taken the decision 114, aimed at putting an end to plastic pollution. In 2000, or by 2040, an international convention, which would be robust with reasonable objectives based on the life cycle of plastics, including production, consumption, and its destruction, will enable us to achieve success. We believe that a legal instrument, just like those of Stockholm and Minamata, with clear objectives, a number of annex objectives, and lists of banned substances, substances whose production should be reduced, and which affords flexibility, all of it based on science and scientific data, aimed at setting up an international convention aimed at protecting human health as well as protecting the environment. We also believe that the methodologies aimed at starting at the base to reach the summit, or to start at the summit and then move down to the base, are both valid approaches, because they will lead to an instrument and a balanced convention, one which would possess the necessary national measures and yet be strict at national level. But in parallel to this, there has to be an international methodology which should start from the summit, move down, and it should include a number of international provisions that need to be complied with, and this will enable us to achieve our objectives. And this is why, in Jordan, we are greatly interested in the two alliances based on methodology. We start at the summit and move down to the basis, and vice versa, because we firmly believe that these two approaches, these two methods, are complementary of one another. Ladies and gentlemen, President, so forging a bold convention, a bold instrument, should take place in a way that is based on science, and it should be open to all. And it should start from the base and move to the summit while incorporating all of the following elements: production, design, additives, consumption, and finally, it should also look at how to get rid of these substances. These three methodologies, these three approaches need to be followed to ensure that we achieve the circular economy. And all of this should be based on science. It should be bold, and it should involve active participation by all stakeholders. I'm referring here to governments, industry, universities, civil society, and indeed all other stakeholders.
Silan, I thank the distinguished representative of Jordan. Ahora voy a dar la...
Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Colombia, who I've understood it will speak on behalf of GRULAC. That delegate will be followed by Nigeria and then New Zealand.
Mr. Chair, for the record, the previous statement that I read was on behalf of Colombia, and this one is on behalf of GRULAC. The group of Latin American and Caribbean countries, GRULAC, wishes to take the floor on the matter of contact groups, as was mentioned by the Chair earlier this morning. In this regard, GRULAC kindly requests the establishment of 2 contact groups, one on substantive issues focused on the outcomes of INC 1, including documents that must be prepared by the Secretariat for INC 2, and one on procedural issues focused on the intersessional period and modalities for multi-stakeholder engagement. Honorable Chair, as financial assistance for the present INC was not extended to 2 delegates for all developing countries, many of the delegations of GRULAC are small and do not have the ability to cover simultaneous contact groups. We therefore request that the contact groups established have their sessions at different times, and we reiterate the call upon the Secretariat to allocate adequate funds to allow financial assistance for at least 2 delegates per each developing country for upcoming INC sessions. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Colombia. As we mentioned before, at the request of several delegations, we will not have contact groups working in parallel. We have been working on details of the proposal I will make in a few minutes regarding this issue of contact groups, receiving several inputs from several delegations, regional groups, and the Bureau, and I will announce very shortly. But now I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Nigeria. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In addressing challenges of plastic pollution, Nigeria aligns herself with the African Group submission presented earlier by the Ghana delegation on behalf of the African Group. Nigeria is indeed committed to the actualization of this binding agreement on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Nigeria affirms our commitment towards eradicating the plastic waste streams posing global and regional challenges. We strongly support the idea of recycling and circular economy approach and promoting technological innovation in the Africa sub-region. A robust monitoring and evaluation mechanism must not be isolated in order to achieve these national, regional, and international goals. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand, followed by Malaysia and the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand supports an instrument with obligations and control measures that are focused on the waste hierarchy and circular economy, promoting economic activity that restores and regenerates natural systems, including by designing out plastic waste and pollution, keeping plastic products and materials in use for as long as possible, and regenerating natural systems. New Zealand believes that the objective of the instrument should reflect an ambition to eliminate plastic pollution, including by reducing plastic waste overall. We also wish to see objectives that recognise the need to reduce the impact of plastic pollution on human and ecosystem health. Regarding scope, New Zealand considers the instrument should be broad and comprehensive in scope, taking into account the lifespan of plastics from production and extraction to disposal, and addressing both land-based and marine plastic pollution. The scope of the instrument should also include primary and secondary microplastics and nanoplastics. Finally, plastic should be regarded both as a material, including those chemicals and additives that make up different polymers, as well as plastic products or products made predominantly of plastic. We would support this distinction being explicit when considering the scope of the instrument. Regarding structure, New Zealand supports an instrument structure that will deliver the best possible outcomes. As mentioned by others in the plenary, at this stage of the discussions, it is too early to know what structure will be most suited, but our initial preference is to see core obligations and control measures in one single and inseparable document. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Malaysia.
Thank you, Chair. Malaysia is of the view that the grand objective of this instrument should be pragmatic and grounded on a basis to protect human health and the environment, taking into consideration the increased impact of plastic pollution on marine biodiversity, ecosystem, society and economies through the prevention, reduction and better management of plastic waste. We are of the view that targeted intervention across plastic value chain is needed. We must acknowledge that currently there is a big gap in waste management across the globe and especially in most of developing countries. Therefore, the scope of the instrument should provide for a progressive approach in mobilizing specific interventions. We see the need to start with a clear focus on preventing, reducing, and better managing the unavoidable, most problematic and harmful plastic waste, and move up the value chain in progressive manner, of course through a country-driven initiative, taking into account national circumstances and capabilities. Well, we do acknowledge that this requires an overall system change that addresses full life cycle of plastic. And we need to understand plastic in all dimensions. Production of plastic are as critically important as the disposal and its end of life. However, plastic is yet to exist at the point of extraction of fossil resources. And plastic only becomes material at the stage of polymerization. And we should not generalize control on the use of plastic and its component unless they have been officially sanctioned and scientifically proven to be hazardous or carcinogenic. So our discussion should always be based on science and scientific data. Finally, Chair, Malaysia views that substantive matters must be first identified and deliberated thoroughly. Only then should the structure be established, of course based on the substantive matters. This allows the parties to evaluate the best and most effective structures for all countries. However, certain degrees of flexibility must be provided in the structure to ensure the ability of the instrument to evolve according to future deliberation on specific scientific and technical matters. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Malaysia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran, followed by Canada and Guinea.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. With regarding the ever importance of treaties as a source of international law as a means of developing peaceful cooperation among nations, we propose a flexible and updatable sequence and clustering of work for the development of the instrument. Along with control measures according to national conditions, we also provide capacity building, technology transfer, and financial support for its implementation in developing countries and small island developing states. Also believe that as a first step, we need to manage existing plastic waste, especially in developing countries and the marine areas. Mr. Chair, in international environmental lawmaking is primarily done through the Framework Convention plus protocol approach. The advantage of this structure is that the parties can more easily reach a consensus by first agreeing on general and basic principles, which can then guide further negotiation of more detailed and focused protocols for the treaty. Another advantage of framework conventions is their flexibility to respond to scientific, technical, or other changes. Because the issues in question are usually addressed through the development of national policies and strategies, framework conventions are inherently flexible and allow governments to decide how to achieve the agreed upon goals depending on their country's capabilities. Finally, we believe that we should move forward on specific objects and areas based on science. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada.
Thank you, Chair. I will be brief as many of our points were made yesterday in our opening statement. Canada supports establishing an overarching goal and shared objectives in the agreement. This will facilitate a common understanding of the intention of the agreement, drive ambitious actions, and enable the implementation of agreement in support of these objectives. An overarching goal to end plastic pollution aligns with the UNEA 514 resolution and recognizes the need for urgent action to turn off the tap and address the breadth of risks posed by plastic pollution and the mismanagement of plastics. Canada supports discussions on the scope of the agreement, recognizing it will need to reflect and align with the objectives and measurements of the agreement. Additional discussions will be required to further refine the scope as work to confirm objectives and measures progresses throughout the INC process. Pursuant to UNEA Resolution 514, the agreement should address the full life cycle of plastics and reflect the waste hierarchy with complementary upstream, midstream, and downstream solutions. At this time, we consider the scope of this agreement to consider all plastics, including all sizes, macro and micro, and composition, conventional, compostable, and degradable from all sources, as well as its associated chemicals and additives without duplication of other relevant MEAs. Finally, we also agree with the intervention of others that form follows function, and we want a structure that is commensurate to the objectives and needs of the agreements. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guinea.
Merci. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. I should like to convey my gratitude to previous speakers. Now, the Republic of Guinea wishes to associate itself with the statement made by the African Group this morning. And we believe that the Treaty on Plastics is an essential step on our path to achieving significant progress in terms of the production, as well as the protection of human health, the protection of other living species, and the environment against the toxic impact of plastics during the whole of their life cycle. The Republic of Guinea also believes that this instrument will enable us to put an end to plastic pollution, while at the same time developing a circular economy. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guinea. We now finish our list of states, and now I will give the floor to observers. Observer 47 is the Endocrine Society. Endocrine Society, I give floor. Observer 47.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Many thanks indeed, Mr. Chairman.
The Endocrine Society is the world's largest and oldest professional society dedicated to understanding of hormone systems and clinical care of those with endocrine diseases, including a global membership of physicians and scientists from over 120 countries. Our expertise has defined much of what we know about the endocrine system, what hormones are, what they do, and how they do it. Our members have advanced our understanding of how chemicals in plastics can interfere with the function of endocrine systems and act as endocrine disrupting chemicals, or EDCs, and cause human and ecological health impacts. Decades of research have explained the connections between plastic additives, including bisphenols, phthalates, UV stabilizers, to obesity, diabetes, infertility, and cancer. The science is well established. However, scientists with discipline-specific expertise should participate in discussions regarding obligations, voluntary approaches, monitoring, and evaluation. To reduce exposures to EDCs, the Endocrine Society can provide technical expertise to ensure that the treaty is designed to deliver health and environmental goals. To evaluate the public health impact of the treaty, we support biomonitoring studies that can evaluate the body burden of plastic pollution, with special consideration for disproportionately impacted countries and communities. We recognize the urgent need to reduce plastic pollution, particularly for consumer goods. We especially emphasize the science confirming that recycling plastic products that contain EDCs has been shown to concentrate harmful additives, maintaining and possibly increasing hazardous exposures. We therefore urge the INC to include milestones for reducing plastic and hazardous chemicals production as part of a comprehensive approach to reduce, reuse, and recycle plastic. We are encouraged by this important opportunity to address the interconnected goals of reducing pollution and improving health, but we should not overlook that a meaningful reduction in plastic production and use will achieve substantial economic benefits through the reduction in disease and associated costs. Bisphenol phthalates have been conservatively estimated to cost the European Union at least 26 billion euros per year due to increased disease burden. Moreover, perfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, have contributed to nearly 500,000 cases of low birth weight in low to middle income countries, predominantly in Asian countries. We therefore urge participants in the INC to seek ambitious solutions that recognize the urgency of this issue. Thank you for considering our comments, and we look forward to working with the committee. Muchas gracias.
Agradezco a la representante.
I thank the representative of the Endocrine Society. And I now give the floor to Observer 66, India Youth for Society.
Don't panic.
Apologies for the confusion. Distinguished member states, colleagues, and the INC Secretariat. My name is Santya from India, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Children and Youth Major Group. First, on the structure, due to the urgent need to remedy these issues, we would like to see this formulated into a specific instrument, where all the agreed upon control measures are included. While the framework model remains as an option, frankly, we do not have the time for additional negotiations. Thus, we believe a specific instrument model would be a better fit. 2. On the scope, without controlling the production of virgin plastic polymers, we are not ending plastic pollution. We urge that the agreement contains a mechanism for controlling or restricting polymers production through adjustments, meaning decisions without need for additional amendment or ratification, similar to the approach taken in the Montreal Protocol and the Stockholm Convention. Thirdly, we call for a UN approach in the development of the treaty. Relevant UN bodies, conventions, and secretariats should be invited and involved in the discussion, as Seoul approaches will not help us achieving the transformation that we aim for. The UN system has stood by while extractive industries and consumerism have become the yardstick for development. But who will pay for the harm that it causes to the human health and rights? The polluter or the most vulnerable? How will you incentivize funders to now invest, or is it to risk the future? In the context of INC, we call upon UNEP to divest immediately from taking funding or close partnerships with polluting industries responsible for planetary destruction. Fourth, Regarding the matter of stakeholder engagement, we would like to call for a model which has a transparent, democratic, and rights-based manner of engaging stakeholders in the instrument. The 9 major groups and stakeholders model should be used as the baseline for any engagement and further expanded to be fit for purposes of the treaty. In the same context, Mr. Chair and dear Member States, we want to highlight a very important and pressing issue that has emerged in this INC. We are concerned that the major group signs, including the sign of the Children and Youth major group, could be removed from the INC. There is nothing within the rules of the procedure or the provisional rules of procedure of the INC that prevents the signs of the major group to be displayed alongside the signs of the observers for all the stakeholders. It will be a regression if the signs and the voices of the children and youth are being taken away at the INC1. We would like to call upon the Secretary to maintain no regression for the representation of stakeholders and to give the children and youth constituency the visibility it deserves. We also remain available for a dialogue with the Executive Secretary on this matter. We further request that this issue be taken up in the contact group or discussions on stakeholder engagement before any constituency signs are removed for the INC. We are calling upon
we need to close. Yeah.
We are calling upon Member States and regional groups for support on this. Thank you, Chair, for the floor.
I thank the India Youth for Society, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I requested the floor.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Now, craving your indulgence, but we have asked for the floor again, and we did so a little bit late. We would like to note that the document, in our view, should be aimed not at combating plastics, but combating plastic pollution, basing ourselves on a valid use of it with the maximum use of plastic waste into secondary use. Now, the mechanism for using waste should be such that repeated use is profitable. In doing this, we should bear in mind the limits and constraints which have been set up pursuant to the Stockholm Convention. Now, the future convention should include the principle of reducing the reduction of waste. One has to introduce the closed circle economy and the responsibility of producers. A balance has to be struck between environmental issues as well as the need to ensure sustainable socio-economic development. Now, with the objective of reducing pollution of the environment, it is important to take into account a mechanism for excluding the burying of plastics in the environment, plastic waste in the environment. In the Russian Federation, we have such a ban, and it has been included in legislation. We call upon other states to follow our example. Now, the main task here is to incite enterprises to ensure that enterprises use plastics and reprocess it. There is a need to bear in mind regional specificities as well as the economic structure of individual states in drafting a strategy for combating plastic pollution. Now, the search for alternatives should, of course, or the move towards alternatives should, of course, be environmentally safe and economically viable. There is a need for free and equal access to technologies to ensure that the reprocessing of plastic waste is viable. There is a need for support for business, first and foremost, in developing states. Now, plastic alternatives and replacements cannot always fully replace plastic polymers without any loss of their economic or environmental specificities and qualities. This is why we would like to again underscore the need to focus our attention on creating a system for the effective use of plastic waste and the reprocessing of such waste. We need a scientifically based approach for these decisions, including during the elaboration of the methodologies for assessing the level of pollution by microplastics of the environment. We back the creation of a working group during the intersessional period to elaborate the main sections and continue to work on the main sections of the document. Sir, I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I will now give the floor to Observer 63, Integrative Strategies Forum.
Excuse us, can you?
Good evening. Thank you, Chair, and the Assembly. Thank you also. My name is Juan Mancias. I'm the Tribal Chair of the Carrizo Come Crudo Nation of the Rio Grande. And 500 years ago, our land was invaded and the genocide began. A genocide that is promoted by imperial nationalistic attitudes of the majority nations gathered here. The killing of our people continues in the industrial sacrifice zones along the Gulf Coast and the Pacific and Atlantic coasts, and to every river in the Americas. The climate change clocking over us, and the plastic pollution pervading in all environments, including our bodies. We can't wait until 2040 for change, or for a consensus to stop sacrificing indigenous communities at the First Nations and First Nations around the world. In the name of profit, a consensus was neither sought nor reached for the lands that were taken from us and the permits that were given to construct fossil fuel and petrochemical infrastructure that perpetuate the global plastic pollution crisis. There is no absolution from the harm already done. Solutions cannot be stifled by member states that seek to prop up the petrochemical industry and delay this process with consensus, wasting our precious time in the unproductive conversations, tribal erasure in the Americas, and ongoing and evident by the constant attack on tribal lands by plastics and petrochemical industries who continue polluting our air, water, and soil, our hereditary lands. The problem we are trying to solve in this room has more roots than what you all are seeing right now. Plastic pollution is rooted in imperialism, genocide, slavery, nationalism, and capitalism. We cannot solve this problem with the same mindset that has led to it, and we certainly cannot solve it without First Nations and Indigenous people being at the negotiating table. Our peoples have been protecting life since the origin of the world, and for the last 500 years, we have been defending our lifeways against corporate and imperialist interests. We are all connected to the creation. We are part of it. Sacrificing us is sacrificing yourself and the future generations, and this has to end now. This Assembly has agreed to address the full life cycle of plastics and the pollution. And the harm begins with the fossil fuel extraction and petrochemical refining. The scope of the treaty must address the upstream health impacts of plastic production and the history of violence against our bodies, our communities, and our ancestral lands. Thank you very much.
I thank Observer 63, Integrative Strategic Forum. I will give the floor now to Observer 34, Waterkeeper Alliance.
My name is Jo Banner, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Descendants Project. I'm from an area of Louisiana United States known as Cancer Alley. Residents in my area face a 95% higher risk of cancer than any other part of the United States. Our asthma risk is twice as high as any other area in the country. Our community is surrounded by numerous petrochemical refineries that pump toxins into the air, the building blocks of plastic. The refineries are built on the literal grounds of plantations, plantations that enslaved Africans. These grounds were selected due to their location on the river and a land cleared by the enslaved Africans. Many enslaved were born, lived, and died on these same grounds. The only piece of land most ever owned was their burial plots, which mean the grounds of these refineries in Louisiana also serve as burial grounds. The descendants of the landowning family sold their land to petrochemical refineries, yet the descendants of the Africans, such as myself and my community, are still here, unable or unwilling to leave their ancestral lands, and are now exposed to toxic air, land, and water. The system that allowed the steel chains of slavery to imprison my ancestors and paid so little regard to their health and well-being is now the same system that allows their descendants to be imprisoned by the harmful polymer chains of plastics that damages our health and shortens our lives. I'm asking you all here to work towards a legally binding treaty that pays special attention to communities facing the upstream cycle of plastics. The medical costs, the environmental costs, and most importantly, the human cost of plastics must be addressed in your instrument, keeping in mind that recycling would do communities like mine absolutely no good. I'm asking you to develop an instrument that helps communities like mine transition to jobs in industries that do not endanger their lives. Our way of life does not have to be our way of death. Thank you.
I thank Observer 34 Waterkeeper Alliance, and I now give the floor to the Online Partnership for Change.
Thank you, Flo. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair, for giving the floor. Distinguished delegates, my name is Sonali Zol from India, and I am taking the floor on behalf of Partnership for Change. At the outset, I would like to express our thanks and gratitude to the government of Uruguay and UNEP for successfully convening the first session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including the marine environment. As we know, plastic pollution is a serious issue causing massive destruction to the natural world and posing health issues to humanity and biodiversity in general. To protect our common home and achieve a toxic-free future for our children, my delegation would like to express our interest in suggesting following solution for controlling and reducing plastic pollution. First, there should be an international agreement on transboundary hazardous waste material emissions into sea, taking into consideration Basel Convention and OECD Council decision, which provide a tiered level of control for boundary movements of hazardous waste in two categories, that is green and amber list. So, second, designing plastic management rule at local level and recognizing ecological sensitive zone by using radar technology and by updating data set which provides information about sensitive ecological zone and about endemic species, which are found in ocean and are observed in IUCN list which are affected by plastic pollution. Third, would like to suggest local government along with local stakeholders should recognize industries and retailers involved in packaging, and a guideline should be issued for recycling and reuse of plastic. Fourth, Annex 9, which is listed in B3011 of Basel Convention, should be updated. Annex 8 of A3210 of Basel Convention, which covers plastic scrap and waste that contains hazardous constituent characteristics, should be considered and updated. Sixth, which is most important, official youth engagement should be there and focus should be given on providing opportunities in plastic management rules and program, especially for least developed countries. Skills and education to be included in national policies in top-down manner, that is from high level to end user, and which should be benefited. Technology for biodegradation, photodegradation, thermo-oxidative degradation of plastic should be used, and youth, women, and all different groups, irrespective of gender, race, color, should be trained and skilled through various national and international government organizations with free or minimal cost. And at last, I would like to share coastal regulatory zones should be there to keep an eye on coastal health. Respected Chair, we thought that these thoughts will contribute toward coming up with a strong instrument which the planet is in desperate need of. I thank you, Chair.
I thank Partnership for Change. We have no more requests.
UK wants the
Oh. I have a request from the United Kingdom. Representative, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make a UK intervention. I think we may have fallen off the member state list earlier, or perhaps we have a technical error. We support many of the interventions made by a large number of delegations regarding the need for a brief and clear objective that outlines the aim to end plastic pollution, protect the environment from plastic pollution, and avoid risks to human health from the production, consumption, and disposal of plastics, as well as from plastic pollution. It's important that the scope is broad and should include the whole life cycle of plastics, from the production and design of plastics to their consumption and disposal. It should address the environmental and health impacts of microplastics, including tyre wear and the misinformation surrounding biodegradable and oxo-degradable plastics. The UK recognises the importance of the treaty being flexible to allow each country to adopt measures best suited to their circumstances, and so national action plans will be an important element of the treaty. However, the evidence suggests that international level measures will be needed to comprehensively address the transboundary issue of plastic pollution to reach the system change scenario we want to see. A harmonised regulatory framework will provide clarity and consistency on the direction of travel, enabling stakeholders across the plastic lifestyle to make their contribution to tackling the issue. On format, the UK agrees it's important that the format should be tailored to the one that is going to be the most effective at delivering the provisions of the treaty. We do support the option of using a specific convention format where the technical detail and control measures are contained in the annexes. This is to ensure the treaty can be updated easily in line with emerging evidence. In order to make further progress on these issues at this meeting, we agree with the proposals made by a number of delegations, including the GRULAC members, that we should begin discussion in 2 contact groups at the earliest opportunity, including one on the core obligations and control measures, as well as one on the intersessional work that could consider the modalities of multi-stakeholder engagement. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. So we have heard today very important statements this morning. I thank to you all that focus their interventions on the objectives, scope, and the broad structure of the instrument. I note that the concept of preventing and ultimately eliminating plastic pollution feature frequently in the comments on the objective. I note also that most statements refer to interventions at all stages of the plastic life cycle. As for the broad structure, I had a preference for a specific convention plus annexes model similar to other MEAs, but also recognition that form should follow function and that the issue should be left open for now. So, I also took note of the several mentions to the necessity to establish contact groups. As I mentioned, we have been working on this with consultations, as I mentioned, with regional groups, the Bureau, and several delegations that were interested. We have tried to accommodate all their views, but sometimes it's not so. It's difficult to accommodate every point of view. So I have I propose to start this session with the constitution of an informal group to consider. So my decision will be to start working in only one group, as was suggested by several delegations, but this will be a group that will have 2 purposes. The first, specifically request the INC could make to the what request we will make to the Secretariat what request the INC will make to the Secretariat to help advance the discussions at INC 2 related to agenda item on the preparation of an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including the marine environment. Such requests may include, for example, preparation of a document that would explore elements and their options of the future instrument. So this is the first task for this contact group. And the second task will be the identification of modalities for stakeholder engagement in the context of the intergovernmental negotiating committee process. So this is only one contact group that will start working immediately. I think we are practically at the middle of our week, so I think it's very important to have, additionally to these broad statements we are having, the discussion we have now and will continue immediately after this, to have more focused discussion. And so I propose this informal group to meet in Auditorio 1 from 13:15 to 15, so in Spanish, de una.
From 1:15 to 3 in the afternoon.
News were from 18:15 to 21:30 this evening in the same Auditorio 1. This is the proposal of the chair, and now regarding our following item for our discussion, which is options for potential elements. We can have a few before lunch. So, based on the information presented by the Secretary and the extent of initial convergence within the committee, it is my sense that further progress on a specific aspect of such element is possible. As we commence this item, we should keep in mind our discussion about the scope and objectives and the broad option for the structure, as well as the UNEA resolution regarding addressing plastic pollution throughout its life cycle, and accordingly focus on desired outcomes that require global interventions. We will first open our discussion on core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, including national plans. So I will open for interventions. I have a request from the United States. I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we appreciate your insights in terms of setting up a contact group to help us facilitate at this early stage when we have a good sense of each other's thoughts on the instrument about how to move forward towards INC2. With respect to the mandate, we think the approach you outline makes a lot of sense, and we appreciate the inclusion of discussions related to the multi-stakeholder engagement during the INC process, as we think there are always opportunities to improve this engagement and expand this engagement to ensure that we are hearing clearly from stakeholders about how they view this instrument and our path forward. I would suggest expanding slightly the first aspect or the first topic you outlined related to the preparation of documents and requests to the Secretariat for the INC2. And I would suggest that we add to that mandate the specific requests to parties and others about what questions or information should be included and developed going into INC2, such that there should be an opportunity for parties and others to provide information and opine, including on the potential elements and objectives, for us to have an opportunity to reflect on the discussions for this week and to contribute potentially to other documents that the INC may wish to consider. We also don't think this should be limited to requests to the Secretariat or to parties, but there may be good informational documents that we should include as well. And so we would suggest to expand this to really think about all the documents and all the information that may be helpful going into INC2. Thank you very much.
Thanks, the distinguished representative of the United States. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. If we are starting the next agenda item, I will start with the next agenda item. What Japan would propose under obligations and measures will be the following, but we are very open to discussions and look forward to having constructive discussions during this week. Members shall establish an appropriate mechanism in the whole society to promote circular economy on plastic and control plastic leakage into marine and other environments. I should say parties rather than members. Parties shall also take any necessary measures to promote the reduce, reuse, recycle, and renewable measures in society by selecting appropriate effective measures to be listed covering every stage of plastic life cycle, such as production, sales, consumption, waste management, and disposal, taking into account national circumstances. Measures chosen by parties shall be reflected in national action plans, and their efforts should be reported and reviewed periodically. In addition, checking the global progress made by all parties will be done. Implementation of fundamental measures to prevent leakage, such as waste management, should be given priority. National action plans should include targets and actions in the medium-term as well as long-term strategies towards the realization of the global goal and objectives of the instrument. Imposing a ban on production or use of plastics should be categorized as a voluntary measure, taking into account the national circumstances and its socio-economic impacts, including its effectiveness. Parties shall promote the reduction of unnecessary single-use plastics that are not covered in the plastic circularity system. A transparent and robust PDCA mechanism for assessment of members' actions based on standardized and periodic reporting and peer review should be established. The mechanism should ensure the continued strengthening of actions of individual countries and their collective achievement over time towards the global goal. We also think we can have a list of measures that parties may choose from. With regard to the production stage, reduction of plastic usage, promoting sustainable product design for the environment, promoting development and usage of substitute materials, reduction of unnecessary single-use plastics, collecting and recycling used plastics by production sectors. In the distribution consumption stage, reduction of unnecessary single-use plastics, collecting and recycling used plastics by distribution consumption sectors. In the waste management and disposal stage, sorting, collecting, and recycling plastics at municipality level, engagement by waste management industries to reduce plastic waste and enhance recycling, crackdown on illegal dumping, sound waste disposal, and collecting coastal plastic debris. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Peru.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Regarding potential elements which the future instrument should include, we believe that we should consider control measures on the following issues: eliminating problematic plastics, including through provisions that would restrict the use of single-use plastics, plastics that contain products that can be harmful for the health and environment, and fishing gear inter alia. We should develop global norms and criteria for sustainability for plastics. Then these should take into account production and the reuse and recycling of plastics are based on a circular economy approach. Reducing the production of virgin plastics, and we should have universal design to increase the reuse and recycling of plastics. We should avoid microplastic leakage into the environment. We should establish basic guidelines and basic benchmarks for sustainability and recycling throughout the plastic life cycle. We should guarantee transparency across the plastics value chain, including the chemical composition of materials when it comes to the components the containing of harmful plastics. National action plan will be important to complement our work. However, the treaty cannot simply focus on national action plans, nor can national action plans be the primary mechanism of the treaty, because this approach will fall short if we are to confront the major challenge posed by plastic pollution. Moreover, the treaty will require an institutional framework which is robust in nature, particularly through a financial mechanism specifically dedicated to the instrument. Following the Montreal Protocol's example, this will allow stable and predictable financing. We could also consider the establishment of a special rate for plastic production, such as to incentivize the reduction of plastic production, and this could finance a treaty fund. It will be important to have means of implementation that are equally ambitious as the parts of the treaty. These must consider the needs of developing countries when it comes to issues of capacity building, technical assistance, technology transfer, and financial assistance. Many thanks, Mr. Chair.
Distinguished representative of Peru, this was the last intervention for our morning session, and we could continue in the afternoon discussing this important item. The list will start with Switzerland and Norway, and we will mention the others in the afternoon. Regarding the proposal we made for the contact groups, we took duly note of this suggestion to include in the task number 2, the other documents and other submissions by parties and stakeholders by 7 February, which is required by the Secretariat. And I repeat that they will meet immediately after in room auditorium 1, and we have already received the acceptance of Canada and Ecuador to co-chair this contact group, which is an informal contact group. I will now give the Secretariat the floor for information, practical information.
Thank you, Chair. Some housekeeping announcements. As a COVID protocol, we recommend delegates to wear masks and exercise social distancing. Masks are available in the facility. Hand sanitizers are also available at the registration desk. If you experience symptoms or feel unwell, please isolate in your hotel room and inform the Secretariat. Please also let us know should you require any assistance. Internet cables are available behind the partitions next to the interpretation booth at the end of the plenary hall. In order to facilitate planning by the host country regarding the transfers to Montevideo, please fill out the forms with the details on returning flights at the transportation booth next to the badge collection area. The host country will announce the schedule of transfers to Montevideo Airport when it is ready. The information sessions organized by the host country for today are Sustainable Consumption and Production, Possible Scenarios, Challenges and Action at 1 p.m. I add Health, Chemicals, Plastics and a Non-Toxic Circular Economy at 2 p.m. Both will be in Auditorium 2. Thank you, Chair.
Secretariat, the meeting is adjourned. We will start in 5 minutes. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you had a pleasant lunch, if you had time. I understand that the informal group has already had some constructive discussions. We look forward to their report back tomorrow morning. Let us continue with our discussions on core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, including national action plans. So I would like now to open the floor for interventions, first from regional groups, after which I will proceed with interventions from members, followed by observers. So I give first the floor to the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda in representation of the small island developing states. You have the floor, ma'am. We are waiting for Antigua and Barbuda, so we will give, if it's ready, to the distinguished representative of Micronesia, representing the Pacific small islands. I give the floor to Micronesia. Is there?
Thank you very much, Chair. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States. I also align this statement with the statement that will be delivered soon by Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS. To be effective, the Instrument on Plastic Pollution must provide a global, level playing field through legally binding core obligations, control measures, and a standardized approach to verifying effective implementation of the instrument at the national level. In terms of core obligations, the instrument should, at a minimum, number one, provide for the prevention, reduction, and elimination of plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, and with consideration for the remediation of legacy plastic pollution. Provisions could include, for instance, a ban or bans on single-use plastic, as well as bans on problematic or hazardous polymers and other constituent chemicals. They could also include the development of methods to collect and analyze the necessary data to improve our understanding of plastic material flows in our economies and remove legacy plastic from our shores and sometimes from our plates. They could include the development of regional and national strategy and action plans on plastic pollution. Number two, provide adequate, predictable, new, additional, and sustainable means of implementation, including capacity building, technology transfer and development, and financial support, in particular to small island developing states in recognition of our special circumstances. And number three, provide for cross-sectoral complementarity, cooperation, and coordination in order to comprehensively address plastic pollution and leakages into the environment, including the marine environment. In terms of control measures, the instrument must provide for the development of binding control measures that will, at a minimum, develop mechanisms to control aggregate primary production of plastic, including establishing baselines, targets, and reporting on production and consumption, similar to the Montreal Protocol. Number two, eliminate the use of harmful chemicals in the production of plastic and ensure resource-efficient design and production of plastic. Number three, establish harmonious design and labeling standards for plastic. Number four, support and enable environmentally sound management of plastic chemicals and waste. Number five, ensure global transparency of information on the presence and identity of chemicals in plastic materials and products throughout their life cycle. And number six, establish targets to reduce production of single-use plastic with associated monitoring to track and report on reduced production. There could be intersessional work to elaborate more on these types of control measures. With regard to voluntary measures, we are of the view that the focus of our discussions in the INC should first and foremost be on mandatory provisions. That said, the instrument could enable the development of guidelines related to sustainable plastics production and consumption, as well as environmentally sound management. These guidelines could be developed by a scientific, technical, and economic body established under the future instrument. And in relation to National Action Plans, or NAPs, we support provisions in the instrument that require parties to develop and implement these NAPs. We view NAPs as being a core element of the instrument through which parties set out the specific policies and measures that they will take to prevent, reduce, and eliminate plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. And on this final note, given the technical, logistical, and financial challenges of developing and implementing NAPs, we see the instrument mandating financial support and other means of implementation to developing countries, particularly SIDS, for the development and implementation of our NAPs, including support for party reporting on our efforts to implement those NAPs under transparency arrangements established by the instrument. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Micronesia on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of the Small Island Developing States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding core obligations control measures, the instrument must be designed with collective global measures and individual national measures that address the full life cycle of plastics. These measures will be a mixture of mandatory and voluntary actions, while ensuring that they are sufficiently ambitious to accomplish the objectives of the instrument. AOSIS is of the view that sufficient flexibility and adequate support mechanisms shall be provided to developing countries, particularly SIDS, to facilitate their implementation of the core obligations, commitments, and/or contributions under the instrument, taking into account national circumstances and respective capabilities. At a minimum, the instrument shall require global collective measures on the following action areas. A, reducing the production and consumption of problematic and unnecessary plastics, such as single-use plastics and plastics that are difficult to recycle, especially in sectors such as tourism, cosmetics, construction, textiles, and the food service industry, while facilitating the development of sustainable alternatives to problematic plastics. Reducing and eliminating hazardous chemicals and additives which are harmful to the environment and human health and unfavorable to recycling in the design and production of plastics. Scaling up the collection, safe disposal, deposit schemes, and recycling of plastic waste and actions to prevent leakage into the environment. Promoting efficient and transparent cooperative arrangements for the trade of plastic with the primary aim to enable circularity and sustainability. Mechanisms for the remediation of plastic pollution in the environment, including the marine environment. Facilitate the development of global harmonized standards of design, global harmonized system of design standards, methodologies, labeling and reporting to promote circularity of plastics, and mechanisms to promote the development, dissemination, and incorporation of technology, science, data, and information on plastics, including in the areas of sustainable alternatives, design substitutes, and remediation actions and technologies. While certain measures and actions should be self-determined and strategically designed to fit national circumstances and contexts, such measures and actions shall include, at minimum, progressive national targets and measurable actions which address the main contributors to plastic pollution through sustainable design, production, and consumption of plastics, development of a comprehensive and economically sound and sustainable waste management infrastructure, circularity, considering resource efficiency and recyclability of plastics, educational and awareness-raising programs on plastic pollution, including those aimed at behavioral change, development and sourcing of safe and sustainable alternatives to plastics, public sector capacity building to strengthen relevant knowledge and skills, development and implementation of innovative instruments and tools, including extended producer responsibility and incentive schemes to prevent, reduce, and eliminate plastic pollution. Promoting, encouraging, and incorporating action by all stakeholders to address plastic pollution, including the private sector, informal plastic waste sector, indigenous people and local communities, to, among other things, facilitate pro-environment behavior and regulate consumption patterns through non-regulatory and non-price means. Development of appropriate policy, legislative frameworks, and institutional frameworks towards the achievement of the objectives of the instrument. Promoting and development of green jobs in a circular economy and development of quality infrastructure services for the circular economy for sustainable alternatives to plastics. While AOSIS continues to consult on the form and design of a potential action plan for framework under the instrument, at minimum, the instrument will require sufficient provisions for support and guidance in both the design and implementation of national action plans, flexible reporting, and a progressive list of binding and non-binding measures and actions which might be considered to be included in the formulation of national action plans. As it relates to monitoring and reporting, AOSIS is of the view that the instrument needs to establish minimum transparency arrangements on the following matters, while recognizing SID's implementation on transparency will depend on adequate support and flexibility in this regard. Periodic reporting on national actions implemented as a means of achieving the common objectives and measuring effectiveness. Periodic reporting on support for implementation provided to developing countries as a means of achieving the common objectives. Monitoring and verification of sources, levels, and impacts of plastic pollution on a regular basis. And periodic reporting on national sources and levels of plastics being produced, imported, and exported. Critical to the implementation of the instrument is the development, dissemination, and incorporation of technology, science, data, and information on plastics, as well as the incorporation in a rights-based manner of traditional knowledge, knowledge of indigenous peoples, and local knowledge systems, including from local communities, relevant to understanding and addressing plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Finally, AOSIS takes the opportunity to emphasize the importance of complementarity, coordination, and cooperation within the international legal framework for the design and implementation of both the substantive and procedural obligations under the instrument as appropriate. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, colleagues, obligations and control measures will constitute the heart of the treaty. It must be the primary focus of our work going forward. Many other important obligations and measures should be discussed at a later stage once we have more clarity on the type of international obligations that will be contained in the treaty. To protect the environment and human health, we have to ensure a non-toxic circular plastics economy. These can be achieved through reducing the amount of plastic we produce and consume to sustainable levels, as we cannot currently deal with the plastic we produce, prohibiting problematic plastic products and harmful substances and additives, providing guidance for design for circularity, and managing plastics that cannot be reused or recycled in an environmentally sound manner. Transparency requirements, including for material and chemical composition throughout the life cycle of plastics, are also necessary. We are listening to stakeholders, and we heard loud and clear their call for a global regulatory framework to allow for systemic change. Voluntary and fragmented national or regional approaches have proven to be insufficient and are barriers for business, investments, and innovation. For example, to promote reuse models at scale or to support a viable secondary market for recycled plastics, we need to establish global common rules, targets, and criteria. The global framework will enable us to achieve substantive progress at the national level. We also need a strong collaboration with existing MEAs, in particular the BRS conventions and relevant international organizations, to help us to design effective measures and avoid duplication. In order to enable a more focused and concrete discussion going forward, we need to have, in advance of Inc. 2, a document that would contain options and elements for obligations and control measures across the full life cycle of plastic. Such a document should be the basis for discussion at Inc. 2 to allow us to move to a treaty-making mode. We therefore very much welcome your proposal, Chair, for the establishment of a group to discuss this key issue in a format conducive to informal exchange with a view to prepare an INC decision, and we're very encouraged by the discussion that has happened during lunchtime. In that regard, and in addition, it might also be useful to think about additional information the Inc. will need to have to inform its deliberations on control measures. Such information could include factual information on existing negative or positive lists of plastic products, polymers, and additives that should be removed from the plastic economy, including the criteria used to classify them. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The core of this instrument will be the obligations parties will take on and the control measures parties will implement. This is what will build trust in a collective effort that will be sustained over time. We see the need to restrain consumption and production of plastics to sustainable levels and enable a circular economy that protects the environment as well as human health, while closing leakage points and reducing other sources of pollution. Our first priority should be to determine the types of plastic products, polymers, and chemical additives that should be phased out of the economy to quickly reduce plastic pollution. We see the need for a provision that commits parties to reduce and phase out problematic plastics as identified by a number of criteria and listed in an annex to this instrument. While minimizing the overall demand for plastics, we must maximize the circularity of plastics put on the global market. The instrument should identify a set of international sustainability criteria, and parties should commit to take appropriate measures and meet targets to promote plastics adhering to these criteria. This will catalyze better design of plastics focused on reusability and recyclability, while using recycled content free from chemicals and polymers of concern to enable safe circulation of plastic materials. More sustainable design of plastic products will also spur innovation to avoid leakage of macro and microplastics during its use phase. Transparency in the value chain of plastics, including in the production of polymers, is necessary to gain sufficient information about plastic products. Disclosure of polymer production volumes, types of polymers produced, their content of hazardous chemicals, as well as content of recycled material is required. Parties should commit to take measures and meet targets to enable environmentally sound collection and sorting and to maximize reuse and recycling rates. The plastics that cannot be reused or recycled should be treated in the most environmentally sound manner, in line with the waste hierarchy, to close leakage points and to reduce other sources of pollution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Norway. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of the Philippines, followed by Saudi Arabia and Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As to core obligations and control measures, the Philippine delegation would like to put forward the importance of full life cycle approach and submits to the following. Number 1, plastic avoidance and reduction. This is through the reduction and elimination of problematic plastics, limiting their inflow into the environment. The control measures is through a planned, time-bound, phase-out or phase-down reduction, as well as market-based instruments such as taxes and fees for consumption reduction. Number 2, plastic product circulation. This is through increased circulation of plastic products, reducing both the required inflow and leakage rate. The control measure shall be through number 1, product design standards aimed towards reuse and recycling. Number 2, restrictions on the range of polymers available to use in certain products. Elimination of toxic additives that make reuse dangerous for human health. And number 4, harmonized product labeling and information disclosure obligations to improve global transparency. Number 3, core obligation is on plastic waste management. This is through improved waste management and other leakage prevention measures. Other sustained control measures is through timely, predictable, accessible, and sufficient support, including both financial and technical resources. Technology transfer and capacity building must be provided to developing countries for effective implementation of control measures globally. There is a need to emphasize accountability for managing plastic waste that ends up in high seas. Transboundary movement should be included in the treaty. Number 5 is standard monitoring and reporting. There should be global standards for monitoring plastic production, consumption, management, including recyclability and recovery back into the circular loop, and elimination of leakage. All countries should then use this for measuring and reporting national progress to provide figures that are comparable globally. Lastly, support for developing countries. Mechanisms for financial and technical support for implementing countries should be included in the global framework. Support should also include capacity building, research and development, and technology transfer to sustain actions by developing countries, especially in terms of material reduction, recyclability improvement, redesign of materials, as well as sustainable low-carbon waste material management schemes. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Philippines, and I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. We would like to extend our thanks to the Secretariat for providing the documents to guide our discussion and hopefully enable us to progress constructively. To start, we believe that our discussion must recognize the vital role that plastic plays in the sustainable development and the achievement of the sustainable development goals. Therefore, any measures taken by this treaty shall recognize the importance of the continuation of plastic production while ensuring the effectiveness of the management of plastic waste by relying on a recycling approach to emissions and waste management. Countries must have the capacity to understand, assess, and address the socio-economic impacts of implementation of response measures, and this is especially important for developing countries. The treaty must have practical provisions that take into account different national circumstances, needs, and priorities. With regards to core obligations, core control measures, and voluntary approaches, it is in my country's view that for core obligations, they should be broad enough to encompass the sole objective of this treaty as stated in the UNIA Resolution 514 to end pollution resulting from plastic waste. This can be achieved when tackling the root cause of the pollution, which is the ineffective management of waste. Core obligation shall be solely focused on promoting environmentally sound management with consideration of all stages of plastics as stated by the Decision 514. To achieve a comprehensive and inclusive treaty, these specific obligations shall be based on national circumstances with special flexibility provisions for developing countries. Underpinned by bottom-up approach, these specific obligations shall refer to the objective of this treaty as mandated and by the scope of this treaty. For the control measures, an open communication channel between parties of the treaty and the instrument must be established to aid the communication of nationally determined action plans without any standardization or harmonization to the elements in these communications or in the plans themselves, as all of this should be nationally determined, based on bottom-up approach aligned with each country's national strategy, and address the pollution within each country's geographical boundaries. Finally, Mr. Chair, for the voluntary approaches, we understand that some parties will have more capacity, more capabilities, and access to relevant technologies than others. This instrument should enable those parties to increase their ambitions if they wish to do so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia, and I give the floor to the representative of Canada, followed by China and Ghana.
Thank you, Chair. To meet our shared objective to develop an agreement by 2024, Canada expects that INC1 will set the clear path forward for the remainder of this process. This includes identifying the broad elements for organizing discussion in alignment with the mandate provisions pursuant to UNEA Resolution 514. In regards to core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, Canada recognizes that ending plastic pollution is not a one-solution problem. Rather, a comprehensive approach is required to advance a range of complementary solutions. As a member of the High Ambition Coalition, Canada agrees that the instrument needs to include legally binding control measures. To this end, Canada supports an element dedicated to the binding and voluntary measures that reflect the full plastics life cycle and waste hierarchy and that complement existing instruments. This includes upstream and midstream measures to prevent plastic pollution and enable sustainable consumption and production with a consideration for design and product requirements and standards, control measures for unnecessary, avoidable, and problematic plastic, and actions to improve value recovery. It must also include downstream measures that strengthen plastics end-of-life management and address plastics in the environment. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, Chair. As we discussed the core obligations, we note the importance of key terms. This morning, member states, during their statements, didn't talk about key terms. We believe the key terms are highly relevant to both the scope and the objectives of the instrument. Consensus among the parties on key terms is the basis for our subsequent substantive negotiations. We believe that the specific connotations and implications of key terms should be determined in accordance with the objectives and the scope of the future instrument. With regard to the core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches, as UNEA Resolution 514 points out, there are a wide range of approaches to addressing plastic pollution instead of a one-size-fits-all approach. It is hard to effectively promote global plastic pollution control by relying on one or several universal approaches. Governance measures at each stage and each link of the life cycle plastic control should be adjusted in line with a specific national context. Global plastic pollution control should respect and rely on the efforts of each country. And this should strengthen the initiative and ownership of each country under the guidance of common objectives. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of China, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana, followed by Costa Rica and Chile.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honor to make this statement on behalf of the Africa Group. The Africa Group recognizes the need for unified action to address the problem of plastic pollution. Indeed, African states have taken a number of policy positions and issued calls for action on plastic pollution, including ministerial declarations and key policy messages at the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, the Durban Declaration on Action for Environmental Sustainability and Prosperity in Africa, and the control of transboundary movements and management of hazardous waste. Some countries have also taken bold legislative steps to address plastic pollution at the national level. However, the lack of a common approach and harmonized standards make compliance and enforcement difficult. The lack of incentives to foster innovation, technology development, and plastic circularity, as well as the low competitiveness of recycled materials and products, remain a big challenge for Africa. Mr. Chair, in order to ensure and facilitate unified actions to address the plastics pollution problem, the Africa Group believes that the instrument should incorporate obligations, controls, and voluntary measures that cover the following aspects: eliminating or minimizing plastic materials, products, and harmful chemicals in plastics that can be avoided and or replaced with environmentally sound alternatives. Where elimination is not possible, control the use of harmful chemicals or additives in the manufacture or production of the plastic raw materials and products, while ensuring transparency and sharing of information, including through prior informed consent procedures where harmful chemicals may be used in plastics for essential purposes. International reference standards should be defined, covering the entire life cycle of plastics, including product design, chemicals in plastics, among others, to foster elimination and or minimization of harmful plastics, circularity, and environmentally sound management of waste. Global targets must be set to meet the objectives of the treaty and should be supported by action plans to define nationally determined measures to address the problem and clear mechanisms for monitoring and evaluating progress in achieving the objectives of the treaty. The instrument should contain obligations relating to extended producer responsibility, particularly for plastics of concern, including the establishment of necessary legal frameworks, infrastructure, and capacity to implement EPR at both the international and national levels. The instrument should strengthen synergies with existing international agreements, such as the Stockholm Convention and the Basel Convention, among others, and this should include measures to prevent the illegal trafficking and dumping of plastic waste in the guise of promoting circularity. Finally, Mr. Chairman, the Africa Group hopes that efforts in research, development, and technology transfer must be ambitiously pursued, taking into account the socio-economic realities of each member state. The above-mentioned measures should be developed while taking into consideration the precautionary, prevention, polluter pays, and integration principles, among others. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ghana for his intervention on behalf of the African states. I will give the floor now to the European Union.
Thank you, Chair. For the European Union, when we look at core obligations and voluntary approaches, we would like to highlight that plastic pollution is a cross-cutting issue that affects not only an environment and health, but also various segments of society, economic sectors, and living conditions, with the most vulnerable suffering the most. We welcome the discussion on core obligations and voluntary approaches. Getting a clear understanding of how member states see this is a priority for the EU and its member states at this INC. We appreciate the work done by the Secretariat in laying out potential elements of the treaty, all of them important for our discussions. The EU and its member states consider that the instrument should contain principles that should guide its design, the measures we seek to agree on, and their implementation. The polluter pays principle, the precautionary principle, and the waste hierarchy approach would be some of the principles we would advocate for. We see the instrument as a combination of legally binding core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches. The EU and its member states stress the need for the full life cycle of plastics to be addressed by core obligations and control measures, with the aim to make the plastics economy truly circular. To do that, we need to act in a number of different ways, and we have heard throughout the first days here countries and stakeholders call on others to close the tap. Reducing the overall production and consumption of plastics, regardless of the raw material. This can be done through phase-out measures that address unnecessary, avoidable, and problematic plastics, including substances of concern. For other plastics, where feasible, we should aim to keep them in the economy as long as possible by making such plastics reusable, repairable, and recyclable. In that regard, it will be important for the EU and its member states to have a discussion on how to introduce core obligations on design criteria or other measures supporting safe and sustainable plastics, preventing leakages of chemicals and microplastics into the environment. And of course, for the EU and its member states, addressing environmental sound management, waste management, is also an important area in which clear rules are needed. It will further be important for the EU, from the EU and its member states' perspective, to avoid that these measures have unintended consequences, such as the replacement of fossil-based plastics by an increased production and use of bio-based plastics in areas where they may be problematic. To that end, we would need to consider specific design and production requirements for plastic. Transparency requirements in relation to chemicals and substances used in plastics and plastic products are also a powerful tool that can facilitate traceability of such information along the entire life cycle of plastics and contribute to making plastics safer for human health and easier to recycle.
Mr. Chair, another important core obligation should be the development of national action plans. The EU and its member states consider national action plans as key for supporting the implementation of the instrument at the national level. National action plans would allow certain flexibility to be able to take into account specific national circumstances, but should include minimum requirements and a common framework to avoid a scattered regulatory landscape. Setting national targets with the aim of reaching the objective of the instrument, but adapted to the national context, could be a central element. They could be qualitative, quantitative, and/or time-bound, and of course, also step up the ambition and go beyond internationally agreed targets. To conclude, the EU and its member states also acknowledge the importance of including voluntary approaches in national action plans to strengthen the instrument and to support implementation of the binding core obligations and control measures. Such voluntary measures could include measures to increase knowledge, raise awareness, environmental and sustainability education, as well as actions on consumer behavior. The implementation of such provisions would benefit from multi-stakeholder engagement. We would therefore see provisions to promote and ensure multi-stakeholder cooperation in this area as a possible option. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union.
Now I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Costa Rica, followed by Chile and Turkey. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As has been stated already by a number of delegations, voluntary actions, despite the fact they are very valuable and crucial in tackling this problem, will not have not proven sufficient in putting an end to plastic pollution. As such, it is vital that this agreement include binding obligations and control measures in the perspective of global measures that strengthen common ambition to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. For Costa Rica, these actions must have as their foundation the principles of gradual progress, the precautionary principle, and polluter pays. And there should be the notion of ERP. Among the obligations that we foresee are the following. The identification of substances substances and additives in plastics which we must eliminate because they are harmful in terms of their impact on human health and the environment, and those that we must reduce or control in a very strict fashion. However, there needs to be the standardization of plastic product design, including their additives and packaging, to avoid dumping where there is no regulation in place. Definition of global standards on labeling in terms of the composition of the plastic product and the appropriate way in which it should be disposed. Ultimately, for this, we need education campaigns and awareness-raising campaigns. The gradual elimination of single-use plastics. On this issue, we foresee the possibility of taking immediate measures on a number of unnecessary products, as we've already done with plastic supermarket bags and expanded polystyrene as a number of countries, but we can and must be more ambitious. There is the importance of research and the development of alternative materials and substitutes adhering to global standards which include the authentication of how far something is biodegradable or compostable in industrial facilities, but also at home, and that ensures that products will not damage the environment. There needs to be the strengthening of integrated waste management in a framework of the circular economy, which must include the construction of infrastructure for the adequate management of materials, and that must be linked with efficient recovery systems in all sectors and for all types of plastics. As regards control measures, we believe it vital to define standardized monitoring methods and methods for environmental assessment for the verification of compliance with the agreement and its impact. These monitoring and evaluation mechanisms must be tied to appropriate financing, particularly for developing countries. We reiterate that the text of the agreement must provide for, as a necessity, a transitional period towards the substitution of plastic when it is substitutable, and it must provide for a process by which we move from a linear to a circular economy. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica.
Give the floor to the representative of Chile.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At the outset, we wish to thank the Secretariat for the documents prepared under these items. We understand that we must use an approach which refers to the full plastics life cycle. As such, it is important to tackle a number of issues such as the use of plastics in economic activities such as fisheries, agriculture, agro-industry, mineral transport, and mining. We should also define lists or annexes which will establish lists of plastics that we're talking about, as occurs under other chemical agendas. We firmly believe that we must recognize the importance of grassroots waste pickers, including the circular economy model for strategies related to waste management. We hope that will provide for the development of national action plans, because these will make it possible to have an updated vision of the situation of each and every member state, underscoring the importance for appropriate capacity building efforts. These national action plans will require regular evaluation and assessment. As such, parties should regularly analyze how effective the agreement is in them achieving their goals, so that they can consider whether or not new measures need to be adopted by parties. Mr. Chairman, regarding compliance, there should be a facilitative approach adopted, allowing parties to have the possibility to comply with the agreement. We should seek measures for them which allow them to be in compliance, and if they do not comply, there should be some other type of approach, such as those found in the Montreal Convention and the corresponding protocol. It's the most effective treaty in terms of state compliance, and it establishes goals in this regard. Finally, we believe that none of these measures can be applied if there isn't adequate financing in place. So we urgently appeal for all efforts to be made for states that have the least resources are able to efficiently apply this agreement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the distinguished representative of Chile.
The floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The preparation of control measures is an issue that should be emphasized. It is necessary to address the entire life cycle of plastic, starting with the production of it, and to take actionable measures at every step. At this point, all countries must contribute to the process by showing determination. In addition, it's important to monitor and report whether the prepared measures are fulfilled or not, and to provide technical and financial support to the countries where they are lacking by evaluating the national monitoring reports produced with the scope of scientific methods. For the purpose of creating a healthy and habitable environment and transition to circular economy for the existing and the future generations by preserving our natural resources and ecosystems, to determine a plastic strategy has a great importance. We would like to share some keynotes from our experiences obtained our National Action Plan implementations from Regional Sea Conventions and Waste Management and Action Plan with the floor. Firstly, national action plans should be prepared in the presence of all relevant stakeholders, and their opinions should be reflecting to the action plans, so that stakeholder analysis must be conducted precisely in order to have a clear and applicable national action plan. In order to ensure prevention, reduction, and elimination principles, NAPs should include national targets, actions regarding to reach the targets and timeline for the mentioned targets. Secondly, as the different geographical challenges need different solutions, NAPs should be adaptable to all coverage area. National action plans could be a useful tool for encouraging the national implementations, facilitate monitoring the activities, and follow up the developments. Besides, national action plans of the countries could enable to present current situation about the actions, so that the actions could be supported by the international instrument in financial or technical way. Last but not least, the national action plans should be compatible with the neighboring regions. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. This was the last. We have 3 more requests of the floor. I will give now the floor to the representative of Australia, followed by New Zealand and the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Plastic pollution is a global cross-boundary problem. International movement of plastics occurs through trade in plastic feedstock, primary plastics, additives, intermediate plastic goods, final manufactured plastic goods, and plastic waste. Given the global nature of the plastics value chain, some consistent global measures are necessary to complement national actions. We would like to see control measures that will help the global community to move swiftly to a safe circular economy, support circular economy trade, reduce plastic leakage to the environment, and manage plastic waste in an environmentally sound manner. Priority controls could include, for example, consistently banning chemicals of concern and hazardous additives in plastics, global ban on the production of oxo-degradable plastics, phase out of unnecessary single-use and non-recyclable plastics, consistent sustainability criteria applied to the design of plastic products to ensure material efficiency and safe use, recycling and repair, ensuring that those plastics that cannot be reused or recycled are treated in the most environmentally sound manner in line with the waste hierarchy, global traceability and transparency standards, and consistent definitions to support trade and reduce greenwashing, stimulating the demand side of the plastics economy, and significantly improve data on plastic production, fates and flows. National action plans that complement global commitments will be critical for implementing the legally binding agreement. Reporting against national action plans will be important to drive progress and increase transparency. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Australia. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of New Zealand.
Thank you, Chair. New Zealand believes that core obligations, control measures and voluntary approaches focused on upstream measures will have the greatest impact. This means we should always consider where reduction, reuse and redesign are possible solutions and consider how to enable those. In particular, this will require innovation, redesign of products, services and systems, the elimination of unnecessary use of plastics, enabling reuse and repair, and taking a reformed approach to environmentally harmful subsidies. New Zealand also supports the removal of hazardous chemicals used in plastics that pose risks to human and environmental health. We agree with and support others on the point that labelling requirements for products will help to improve transparency and traceability throughout the supply chain. It is important to have measures that ensure the environmentally sound management of all plastic-containing waste, including all types of microplastics, while also enhancing waste management infrastructure, recyclability, and a circular value chain for plastic. New Zealand supports a combination of core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches. Specifically, we see a need for the use of global rules and targets, while ensuring flexibility to support implementation at a national level. Finally, New Zealand considers it is essential for the instrument to contain measures that will facilitate Indigenous perspectives, given the importance of eliminating plastic pollution to Indigenous peoples, and the important role that traditional knowledge plays in the sustainable management and protection of the environment. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of New Zealand. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we appreciate the discussion among many countries about outlining this vision. We want the instrument to take an ambitious, innovative, country-driven approach that enables countries to have flexibility to meet the instrument's objectives, including through nationally determined policies and measures. We note that the instrument will have multiple obligations that are legally binding commitments by parties towards meeting the objective of the instrument. We are focusing our intervention on the obligations that are key to meeting the objectives of the instrument at this time. We envision a global instrument that provides for obligations that mandate parties, among other obligations, to develop national action plans that, when implemented, lead to achieving the instrument's objectives and more broadly towards ending plastic pollution. Parties' national action plans should include nationally determined policies and measures that lead to action throughout the life cycle of plastic that contribute to achieving the instrument's objectives. We support each national action plan containing at a minimum the following 4 types of common elements: a description of nationally determined policies and measures, a description of any national goals that helps a country achieve and describe its ambition, estimates of progress of a party's contribution towards meeting the objectives of the instrument, a description of the indicators to track progress in implementing the National Action Plan. We also see that control measures should be nationally determined policies and measures, which could be regulatory or voluntary in nature, that countries can implement to contribute to the instrument's objectives. We believe that parties should be mandated to have periodic reporting on the implementation of national action plans and regular self-evaluation of such plans to support the successful long-term implementation and to provide for transparency and accountability. We believe this national action plan approach, this country-driven approach, allows for governments to prioritize and take action on the most important sources and types of plastic pollution in their countries. Parties pursuing nationally determined policies and measures throughout the life cycle of plastic should provide the flexibility that we need to build greater ambition over time and foster innovation. We note that with such a country-driven approach, countries may choose to, and we expect a number will, pursue prescriptive measures to control plastic production and consumption, while other economies may take a less prescriptive approach. This type allows for maximum flexibility at the national level, considers national circumstances, while also fostering innovation. We believe that these national action plans will start and strengthen over time. The United States believes that such national action plans should serve as a key mechanism for countries to organize its actions to meet the objectives of the agreement to prevent, reduce, and eliminate plastic pollution. Though we recognize it is not the only mechanism. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cameroon, followed by Thailand and the United Kingdom.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de nous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. My delegation aligns itself with the statement of Ghana on behalf of the African Group. In our national capacity, my delegation is of the opinion that obligations and control measures are at the heart of this legal instrument. Here, the parties should sign up to clear, ambitious obligations and be determined to ensure their effective implementation. These obligations should focus on prevention and the fight against plastic pollution by mastering the plastic life cycle. Obligations should also address sustainable production and consumption of plastic, and focus on states parties adopting national action plans. Those national action plans should be realistic, feasible, and time-limited. The text should include specific provisions related to pollution of the marine environment by plastics. It should also target the promotion of a circular economy that is non-toxic. It should use the include the prohibition of non-necessary or problem plastics, and this text should include the obligation to adopt measures on the management of existing plastic stocks and the management of orphan plastic stocks. And here we can draw upon the example of the Stockholm Convention on Persistent Organic Pollutants. We should also, in the text, include obligations on the sustainable management of plastic waste. The text should also provide for the possibility of states taking incentive-based measures and the development of sustainable alternatives to plastics. And the same goes for the financial mechanism. That should be a robust and predictable financing mechanism. When it comes to control measures, priority should be given to those measures that would ensure transparency, the institution of non-compliance proceedings, and also my country believes that all of the obligations and control measures should be based on a number of principles, such as the polluter pays principle, the common but differentiated responsibility principle, the principle of extended manufacturer responsibility. Thank you.
Representative of Cameroon, and I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Thailand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Regarding to the structure of the instrument, the most preferable option of Thailand is a format of specific convention plus annexes. The convention should contain core and standard provision, while annex may include necessary scientific and technical information and substantives, as well as the procedure and administrative measures. Thailand would like to highlight that the core provision of the instrument should address all stages of plastic life cycle, aligning with precautionary principle, life cycle approach, waste management hierarchy, extended producer responsibility, and including but not limited to the following. At the upstream, the provision to set up the harmonized product standard, including design for toxic-free and design for failure recycling and recovery, allowing more circularity of plastic and get rid of plastic parts or constituents out of the value chain. For example, we have to think about the mono material, colorless or toxic-free. And moreover, the provisions to address the production phase including the minimization of virgin plastic but maximization of the recyclable plastic with restriction or not allowed using adding hazardous chemical or additive, or we can apply this restriction policy. The proven hazardous chemical aside the existing MEAs too, as well as the problematic plastic, in particular kind of is degradable as micro or nanoplastic or prone to leakage into the environment should be applied by the ban policy. And the instrument should include the opportunity for encourage the environmentally and innovative alternatives. At midstream, the voluntary approach may be introduced and the obligation should be borne by the member state through the National Action Plan to address the excessive use of plastic packaging during both distribution and consumption phases. At downstream, provision complies of a set of strategic solutions to address the post-consumption phase as an unintentional release or leakage to the environment should be introduced. For example, bad BEP as well as technical guidelines and also etc. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand. I will now give the floor to the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom, followed by the Republic of Korea and Monaco.
Thank you, Chair. The United Kingdom supports the full consideration of a combination of international obligations and national measures across the whole life cycle of plastic to ensure that the treaty can adequately address the transboundary nature of plastic pollution. The United Kingdom recognises the importance of the treaty taking into consideration different countries' circumstances and that national action plans will be an important element of the treaty. But whilst there's undoubtedly differences between countries, there are also many similarities. As a member of the High Ambition Coalition to End Plastic Pollution, the United Kingdom believes the treaty should contain legally binding international obligations. These obligations should not only target problematic, unnecessary and avoidable plastic, but also ensure a more harmonised global regulatory framework that promotes transparency and can ensure that the national action plans are as effective as possible, enable and accelerate investment in technologies and provide long-term certainty to businesses. The United Kingdom would also support scientific technical reporting and cooperation, effective evaluation and national reporting, and provisions on compliance. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I give the floor to the representative of Republic of Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We believe that the core obligations, control measures, and voluntary approaches will be the key elements of the instrument. In order for a full life cycle approach to be taken to address plastic pollution, we need measures for every stages of the life cycle. On the production side, we support the proposal to analyze and identify harmful chemicals, additives, and polymers. Consideration of the different types of usage of different plastics will be important to provide more sophistication to the control measures for achieving our ultimate goal of protecting human health and the environment. On the midstream side, we need more stringent measures for plastic recycling. On the downstream side, some common standards for environmentally sound waste management can be necessary. As we highlighted earlier, when we talk about core obligations and control measures, we need some concrete targets and goals in the global scale, which can work as references for facilitative policies rather than punitive ones. Voluntary measures can be an essential part of national action plans, as countries are very diverse in terms of current plastic production and consumption levels. Governments should be encouraged to engineer voluntary measures tailored to their own situation that can incentivize, reduce, reuse, recycle, and replace plastics with alternatives and substitutes so that we can race to the top, not race to the bottom. On the essential elements, we do support having an options paper based on national written submissions as early as possible, as we discussed in the contact group. Thank you very much.
Thank the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea. I will give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Monaco, followed by Egypt and Panama.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Principality of Monaco is convinced that the future treaty to prohibit and progressively eliminate plastics, which have the worst impact on the environment and human health, at the latest in 2040, is a historic opportunity. Plastics can turn up in the environment, and they should be the first subject of concern. In order to do this in the context of our work, one of the priorities should be determining the types of plastics and additives that must absolutely be progressively eliminated from the economy so as to rapidly eliminate plastic pollution and to allow us to move towards a more circular economy for plastics. Measures and appropriate controls should be studied to lead us to the sustainable production of plastics that is exempt from harmful chemicals, including in the design phase, so as to allow their reuse and recycling. In this regard, the precautionary principle should be involved from the earliest stages, given the essential need for sustainable and circular usage. To conclude, the hybrid modality based on international obligations that are shared and also a voluntary approach nationally or regionally seems to us appropriate in the context of the future treaty. I would like to conclude by underscoring the interest in achieving a consistent, coherent regulatory framework that would allow for transparency, the rapid adoption by industry and investors, as well as a transition to a circular economy for plastic products. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Monaco, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We'll be very brief in the interest of time. My delegation wishes to echo many of the sentiments that have already been expressed by several delegations, including the United States of America, emphasizing the importance of the nationally determined nature of the agreement, and also the fact that the national action plans, which will form an integral part of this agreement, being essentially the heart and soul of this instrument. As we see it, the mandatory element of the new agreement should essentially revolve around the submission and the relevant updating of said national action plans, and the establishment of robust national policy frameworks is the remit of each member state in accordance with its national circumstances and priorities. We see that the agreement cannot be prescriptive in this regard. In addition, Mr. Chair, it's very important to point out that the agreement should primarily be incentive-based, and in its provisions as well, it should seek to be completely non-punitive. Before I close, Mr. Chair, once again, we wish to stress on the importance of viewing action and support as two sides of the same coin, and in this regard, the ambition that we seek and strive for should be matched by ambition in the requisite means to implement them. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Panama, followed by Brazil.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first of all thank the Secretariat for the documents that were provided for this first INC. We must say that voluntary measures, although appropriate, are not enough to eliminate the plastics. The treaty should have measures in order to treat plastics from the standpoint of production and marketing using the life cycle model, considering the creation of plastics from the raw material to its consumption as a product, so as to ensure the protection of human health, the environment, and reducing plastic pollution. In order to ensure the circular economy of plastic, we must have global criteria with a production based on eco-designs, manufactured with raw material free of chemicals and harmful additives, the reduction of packaging using a mix of polymers, a multi-layer that may ensure the manufacture of products designed to be repaired, reused, and recycled. We see as a priority to develop a general obligation to forbid plastics, single-use plastics, which under the support of scientific evidence may consider unnecessary, highly contaminant, and replaceable with low-impact sustainable measures. And naturally, this should be a gradual process according to the national availability and system. We must use transparency and traceability in plastic production. This will allow for decision-making that will allow for the consumer to know about the consumption and disposal of plastics, ensuring the use of extended producer responsibility and the polluter pays in a cross-cutting way. We will make sure that everyone will adopt the necessary laws, whether they be executive, administrative, or other kinds of measures that will allow for the producers and manufacturers to take up the economic burden to implement the final programs for disposal. We must consider the treaties that are related to this, such as Basel, Stockholm, Rotterdam, and WMO for the tobacco control. We must encourage the creation of plans, policies, and national strategies for plastic management, marine waste management, microplastics that were developed with realistic goals that can be feasible. And finally, these measures go hand in hand with economic support for developing countries where we do not have the financial infrastructure and technological possibility to face this transition. Thank you. Thank you, Panama. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative from Brazil.
Like other delegations, we believe this instrument will ultimately be a combination of global obligations and control measures with national voluntary actions that cover the whole life cycle, guided by the objectives of the agreement and its principles. At this very early stage of the process, it will be important for us to have a thorough discussion among parties and other stakeholders so that we can explore different options without prejudging any outcome. Brazil also believes that exploring economically viable and environmentally sound and sustainable alternatives to the upstream phase should be part of this conversation from the outset. New technologies are being developed on an accelerated pace. Many delegations have mentioned the importance of the future instrument to be flexible enough to be able to incorporate these innovations with time. We agree with that assessment and believe that it would be unwise to disregard these discussions on this very early stage. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Brazil. This was the last intervention for states, and I now have a list of interventions from observers. And first, I will give the floor to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, IUCN.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN, through its World Commission on Environmental Law, has elaborated different legal briefs for negotiators. We will be happy to share those through the possibility of submissions. At this time, IUCN would highlight the following with regard to national action plans. National action plans have been used across various multilateral environmental agreements. National action plans can be valuable tools for government planning and implementation if they are carefully designed and if state parties have assistance, such as technical and financial assistance, to alleviate the potential of excess burdens being placed on governmental entities and communities. National action plans should be designed to increase ambition over time, means promote progression. It would be preferable that the national action plans be communicated on the same time, iterative for all state parties rather than on staggered timelines. The content of national action plans should be informed by the objectives of the Plastic Pollution Treaty and designed to fulfill these objectives. taking into account local and national, eventually regional circumstances, and based on strong stakeholder, traditional and indigenous knowledge and science involvement. Starting from the bottom-up approach through national action plans, the Plastic Pollution Treaty should include a strong system of international oversight. This would apply to robust binding guidance for national plans, binding requirements for reporting on implementation and achievement of these plans, possibly by using indicators, independent review, and a mechanism for facilitating implementation and compliance. To address increasing ambition over time, inclusion of the requirement for iterative processes for all state parties, the need for progression of ambition in national action plans, global stock takes which inform the level of ambition and common timeframes for reporting for national action plans should be considered as critical elements. Stocktakes could also be used to assess progress regarding plastic pollution at the national level and international level, adoption and implementation of laws and rules relating to plastic pollution, economic transitions away from plastics-intensive industries, but also reduction in biodiversity loss connected with plastic pollution, and reductions in carbon emissions attributable to the plastics industry, to name a few potential options. IUCN and its World Commission on Environmental Law stands ready to support negotiators, countries, municipalities, and communities in this endeavor. Thank you so much.
I thank the representative of IUCN. I will give the floor to Mexico for the online intervention. Mexico has the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If we are discussing this kind of treaty, we would have to talk about binding measures. Naturally, it would be very valuable to add additional national voluntary action, but we must not forget the mandate of this resolution. Mexico believes that this agreement should talk about the regulation of a material and additives, the prohibition of materials, the reduction of packaging and containers, as well as the elimination of unnecessary and microplastics. Thus, we must ensure additional financial resources that may be stable and predictable, as well as a mechanism for technical assistance, technological transfer, and capacity building for developing countries. Mexico believes that it is important to have an enforcement and evaluation mechanism. That is why we must have an inventory of the existing pollution, finding out the knowledge gaps, gaps on information and technology, so that we may truly monitor plastic pollution. Setting up national action plans would be very important, and for that we must find out what are the local capabilities, as well as what is the traditional knowledge in the hands of indigenous peoples, always based in human rights focus. We also find that we should include environmental information and training, as well as dissemination. Communication campaign is needed in order to find out our production and consumption patterns. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico.
Online intervention, this time from the UN Convention on Law of the Sea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, delegates. The Division for Ocean Affairs on the Law of the Sea of the UN Office of Legal Affairs notes the major step taken through the UN Environment Assembly Resolution 514 and expresses its commitment to contributing within its mandate to the development of a legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. Plastic pollution is an enormous threat to facing our ocean. As the Secretary General pointed out on World Oceans Day, plastic pollution has reached the most remotest islands and the deepest ocean trenches. It is having deleterious effects on marine life and on the livelihoods of many depending on ocean-related economic sectors. Increased focus on the issue is to be welcomed and further urgency is necessary. Dualos acts as a secretariat for the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which celebrates its 40th anniversary this year. Part 12 of the convention contains important and extensive obligations on states to protect and preserve the marine environment, including by taking measures to prevent, reduce, and control pollution of the marine environment from any source. This includes obligations to adopt laws and regulations and take measures with respect to land-based and ship-based sources of pollution. The future instrument on plastic pollution under negotiation will provide an opportunity to further the implementation of the convention. The provisions of the convention, including the rights and obligations of states in the various maritime zones, will deserve particular attention during the negotiations. Attention should be paid to ensuring that the future instrument, insofar as applicable to the marine environment, is guided by and consistent with the convention. As for the General Assembly, continues to recognize the convention sets out the legal framework within which all activities on the oceans and seas must be carried out. In addition, Dualos serves as Secretariat for the 1995 United Nations Fish Stocks Agreement, under which parties have an obligation to minimize pollution, waste, discards, and catch by lost and abandoned fishing gear, and regarding the marking of fishing gear. Abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear is highly dangerous for marine life and a major contributor to plastic pollution in the ocean. In line with its function to assist with the uniform and consistent application and implementation of the Convention and the Fish Stocks Agreement, Dualos stands ready to lend its full support to the work of the International Negotiating Committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of the UN Convention on Law of the Sea. I give now the floor to the representative of the Bureau of International Recycling.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Alev Sommer, and I represent BIR, the World Federation of Recycling Industries, with members in over 80 countries. Distinguished delegates, we would like to convey three key messages. First, regarding the scope, we would like to address the need for coherence with existing conventions. We would wish this new treaty would not overlap nor duplicate with the existing conventions like the Basel or Stockholm Conventions. Secondly, regarding the broad structure, we need the right policy framework for a resource-efficient and global circular economy. We need both push and pull policies to support recycled plastics markets with legally binding measures which bring quicker results while ensuring an even business environment. These measures could include sustainable product design requirements, restrictions on hazardous chemical additives, international standards for recycled plastics, and recycled content targets. The treaty also needs funding mechanisms and economic incentives, including for the various stages following the end of life of plastic products, such as EPR and green public procurements. Thirdly, regarding objectives, for those to increase recycling rates, we would need the new Global Plastics Treaty to recognize the waste hierarchy, prioritizing recovery over final disposal. Enabling investments in national waste management infrastructure at municipal level and the private sector to process and recycle plastic waste in an environmentally sound manner. However, not all countries, such as small states, will have the capacity to recycle plastics, nor have sufficient material to attract investment to do so. Therefore, we need regional solutions and transboundary movement to ensure and optimize the environmentally sound management of plastic waste. We would hope to see recycling optimized in a balanced way, taking into account social, environmental, and economic aspects. However, recycling alone cannot solve the plastic pollution. Finally, we would like to remind that everything begins with changing behavior. With 8 billion people living on this planet, every one of us is responsible for the choices we make to avoid waste, to choose reuse, to separate our waste, and educate future generations. Separate collection is the cornerstone of improving waste management and recycling in an environmentally sound manner. To conclude, we appreciate that this INC process started on the right foot by engaging with stakeholders and will continue in an inclusive way and remain transparent. WIAR wishes everyone success in this endeavor. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Bureau of International Recycling. I give the floor now to the International Organization for Standardization for an online intervention.
Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates, colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to make a statement. I'm representing the International Organization for Standardization, ISO. ISO is an international non-governmental organization with a vision to make lives easier, safer, and better. We are a member-based organization of national standards bodies representing 167 different countries. Some of you here today might be familiar with ISO 14001 on environmental management, which sets out measures to reduce waste and overall environmental impact, or indeed ISO 9001 on quality management. But ISO has more than 24,000 standards, and many of these are directly related to plastic pollution. Examples include ISO 15270, Guidelines for the Recovery and Recycling of Plastics Waste, or ISO 22766, Determination of the Degree of Disintegration of Plastic Materials in Marine Habitats under Real-Life Conditions. ISO standards are globally agreed best ways of doing something. They encompass the distilled wisdom of experts in their field who understand the needs of the organizations and stakeholders they represent. International standards can provide methodologies and measurement criteria that lay down a common foundation for global action, adding value to national and international environmental policy making. They can give detailed and precise information to business, governments, civil society, municipalities, and the public on how to concretely translate a policy goal into action and can be referenced in regulation. A number of international agreements, including the Basel, Rotterdam, and Stockholm Conventions, refer to international standards as tools to support their implementation. Many countries, technical experts, and stakeholders are involved in ISO's consensus-based multi-stakeholder standards development process on topics such as environmental and sustainability aspects of plastics, circular economy, or environmental labeling, which are highly relevant to these discussions, as they cut across the whole life cycle and value chain of plastics. ISO will be engaging in the INC process as an observer organization, and we remain available to collaborate with all relevant parties to support the process and positive outcomes. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the International Organization for Standardization. I give the floor now to the representative of the Ocean Cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, distinguished delegates. Every year, about 1 million tons of plastic pollution enters the ocean. According to several studies, including of the researchers of the Ocean Cleanup, all estimates on the magnitude of plastic waste entering aquatic environments tell us that the predicted growth in plastic waste exceeds all existing efforts to mitigate plastic pollution. For example, and under our best case scenario, we calculated that to collect only 40% of annual marine plastic emissions, we would need 750 million people each year participating in manual coastal cleanup campaigns. If plastic continues to release into the environment, as it will over the years until the instrument comes into force, those findings emphasize the need for large scale-up cleanup operations of legacy plastic pollution, relying on innovation and on sound and environmental responsible technologies. It is abundantly clear that to rid our ocean and coastlines of persistent plastic, we need to act on three fronts, having in mind the current discussion on potential elements of the instrument. New emissions from rivers must be stopped, closing the tap, upstream, midstream, and downstream, and as part of national action plans. Such riverine emissions of plastic pollution must be monitored in the future and as a metric of compliance with the new Hard Law Treaty as a control measure against a credible baseline and as a part of the need for accountability of upstream and midstream policies and actions. And thirdly, we must clean up the legacy plastic that builds up in the ocean over decades. The most polluted and best studied one of these plastic concentrations is the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. While the patch only covers about 0.5% of the world's ocean surface, it is estimated to contain more than 50% of all the plastic mass floating in the open seas. The devastating consequences of ocean plastic are becoming inescapable closer to home. We heard emotional accounts yesterday in this room. Furthermore, awareness is growing on the threat posed by ocean microplastics, adding urgency to this problem. The longer legacy plastic floats in the ocean, the more it degrades and emits more microplastics. Against this background, we believe that the Montego Bay Convention, the 2022 UN Ocean Conference Political Declaration, and of course the UNEA resolution to end plastic pollution provides you, the states, with a mandate for action in this field. For that to happen and to conclude, the Ocean Cleanup believes that the coming instrument must fill the existing legal gap regarding legacy plastic pollution on the high seas. It must therefore provide a clear collective action by adding a mandatory prescriptive provision with an explicit legal core obligation to clean existing and future patches of legacy plastic out in the ocean instead of having it lingering forever beyond national jurisdictions. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the representative of the Ocean Cleanup, and I give the floor now to the representative of Healthcare Without Harm.
Gracias, señor presidente. Y ya, it's the first time that we take the floor, so we will also want to thank Uruguay government. Gracias, Uruguay. So we want to make sure that plastic pollution is considered a global health threat. As the world develops and adopts an ambitious, comprehensive, legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, health needs to remain a central part of this discussion. Human health relies on a healthy environment, and so health needs to remain a central part in this discussion again. There must be no exemptions for plastics in healthcare. Many plastic healthcare products contain toxic chemicals, and we are using them every day in our hospitals, in our children, and in our bodies. Healthcare represents 10% of the global economy and will continue to grow to provide equitable access to healthcare to the growing population worldwide. Restrictions already in place for toxic plastic products, like toys, need to be extended to medical devices and made global to ensure equity of protection in health for our citizens. The whole life cycle must be considered. Innovation, cooperation, science, transparency, education, and policy coherence are key elements to address the massive plastics pollution problem that has not only invaded our oceans, our lands, and the air, but also our bodies. Colleagues, the COVID-19 pandemic has not only exacerbated the production, trade, and use of single-use plastics in the healthcare, but also it has shown the world the power of this sector. The healthcare sector can model how to transition away from fossil fuels, toxic chemicals, and unethical employment practices for the rest of the global economy, because this is also a social thing. As part of the core obligations and control measures that you are discussing today, We want to call all of you to make sure that healthcare products, its supply chain, which is very, very large, and the waste management is considered. Healthcare without harm offers tools, resources, data, existing knowledge platforms, our global green and healthy hospitals, and our 26 years experience. Because the power of healthcare professionals already engaged in mobilizing the sector towards a more sustainable and resilient one is ready to join this effort. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Agradezco.
Thank you very much. I thank the representative of Healthcare Without Harm. That was the last statement under the item on obligatory measures, control measures, and national action plans. And I think we've had a very good exchange of ideas on this issue, which is central to our work in establishing an internationally legally binding agreement. We've had very clear statements regarding the importance of control measures at a global level, and we've heard about the importance of national measures and the importance of national plans. We've taken due note of the things that have been emphasized by several delegations. References were made to possible control measures, some bans that could be introduced, such as on single-use plastic or problematic plastic. In my view, this has been a very good segment of our debate. I would also recommend, if you're able, to submit to the Secretariat the text of your statement so that they can be put on our webpage, and also so that we can take due note of each statement made.
To turn to elements to support implementation, including capacity building, technical assistance, and finance. The Secretariat has prepared two documents of particular relevance to this discussion: UNEP/PPINC.1/9, containing an overview of existing funding currently available for addressing plastic pollution through international funding arrangements, including from other processes, programs, multilateral funds, developing banks, and private sector initiatives, and UNEP/PP/INC.1/11 on priorities, needs, challenges, and barriers to end plastic pollution at the national level. The discussion on capacity building, technical assistance, and finance could include all financial flows and financing sources to address the full life cycle of plastics, with a view to facilitating provisions on means of implementation to be included in the instrument. As before, I would like now to open the floor for interventions from regional groups, after which we will proceed with intervention from members, followed by observers. So I open the floor for this item. I will give the floor to the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On means of implementation, the success of the instrument will require the provision of necessary means of implementation for SIDS and LDCs in the implementation of obligations, commitments, and/or contributions under the instrument, including enabling and reporting activities, addressing barriers to recycling, and in developing sustainable alternatives. Finance, capacity building, and technology development and transfer shall be provided under the regime and must be new, additional, adequate, and predictable, with specific support provisions for SIDS, including priority access. Financial assistance on a grant or concessional basis in order to enable stable and predictable funding, contributor countries will need to provide new, additional, adequate, and predictable finance on a grant basis for at least enabling activities and associated costs. Other forms of financial assistance on a concessional basis, such as private investment and loans from multilateral development banks, are complementary tools, but not replacements for public financial assistance provided as grants. AOSIS considers that discussions on the instrument's financial mechanism and corresponding obligations should begin at the outset to establish roles and responsibilities with respect to each area of focus within the instrument. It is noted that different obligations may necessitate varied approaches and requirements in terms of enabling activities, technology transfer, general implementation of obligations, and other associated full and incremental costs. AOSIS continues to engage on the possibility of a technical needs assessment for identifying capacity building needs, which could be incorporated into a national action plan framework under the instrument, and/or performed within the assistance of a scientific, technical, and economic body. In support of achieving the objectives, the instrument must promote research and development in technology for, among things, sustainable alternatives to plastics, including reusable, biodegradable, and compostable plastics. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda. I now give the floor to the representative of the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have listened with great interest throughout the week on many interventions, not only on this item but on others, stressing the importance of support to implement an ambitious international instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment. In this context, and to advance our discussions on this topic, we believe that the document INC 1/9 sets out different types of existing funding mechanisms and provides a useful input for our discussions. Mr. Chair, we have agreed on an ambitious task, namely to end plastic pollution. We understand that means of implementation and finance and capacity building are important to many delegations. We seek to engage constructively in discussions and would like to emphasize that such discussions needs to include all available finance flows relevant to address plastic pollution, public, private, domestic, and international. During our deliberations this week, several delegations have mentioned the importance of the polluter pays principles. We support and would like to underline the polluter pays principle as a key principle for the provisions of the instrument, including provisions on finance. If we are to achieve a global circular plastics economy, resource mobilization should come from all sources, reflecting an integrated approach to financing. Public, private, as well as international and domestic finance will have an important role to play to achieve the objectives of the future instrument. We are also open to including provisions to incentivize private financial flows and investments to support the overarching goal and objectives of the instrument. In this context, and as we continue our deliberations on this matter, the EU and its member states would like to underline the importance of the instrument to provide incentives for developing policy tools, such as national EPR schemes and incentive schemes, including charges, levies, rather than relying only on external funding. Already today, there are many examples of partnerships that provide philanthropic capital and concessional loans to the private sector. To end plastic pollution, we need private investments. This is not to replace the ODA needed in some countries to create the enabling conditions necessary to end plastic pollution. We recognize that financial support will play an important role to support implementations of some obligations. Financing is not a goal in itself, but a means to an end. To develop effective and fit-for-purpose provisions on financial support, it is important to sufficiently advance discussions on core obligations and core control measures, as well as operational provisions. In our deliberations on financing and a potential financial mechanism, it is important for us to build on existing instruments and experience. For example, the GEF is already today addressing various types of plastics from several different value chains through the chemicals and waste and international waters focal areas, as well as some other integrated programs. With that said, we are open to discuss different models. However, we do not believe a new dedicated financial mechanism is the only possible answer to effectively addressing financing under the new instrument, as it can have unintended consequences such as scattering funding and causing additional efforts. To conclude, and furthermore, we acknowledge that the capacity building and technical assistance are important means of implementation, which should be closely connected to the core obligations in the instrument. Therefore, we look forward to advance our discussions on related core obligations, including implementation and compliance. And while we do not want to delay any of our discussions, we believe that in order to develop effective and efficient financial provisions to support the implementation of the agreements, it's necessary to have a comprehensive understanding of the control measures and key obligations. We look forward to our further deliberations on this matter and to better understand the needs expressed in statements this week, and to also hear colleagues speak later today. To end plastic pollution, we will need to build on our common experience and expertise in this room, but also to look outside at the private actors to align all finance flow with the goals of the future plastic instrument. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the European Union, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of NIUE.
Thank you. Chair, I have the honor to deliver the statement on behalf of the Pacific SIDS, and we align with the statement delivered by the distinguished representative of Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS. In order to achieve the appropriate, efficient, sustainable, and practical implementation of the internationally legally binding instrument to end plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, Pacific SIDS, as the custodians of the world's largest ocean basin, must have access to adequate support for the implementation of this agreement. There is a need for capacity building, knowledge and technology transfer, and financial support. Access to reliable and accurate data underpins all activities and is of critical importance to support and enable Pacific SIDS to safeguard our land and ocean for the benefit of present and future generations. Pacific SIDS depend on the ocean for food, transport, traditional practices, and economic opportunity. The increasing production and consumption of plastics is an issue that needs to be controlled to reduce plastic waste in the Pacific region. Plastic pollution adversely affects the health and well-being of the people and the biodiversity of marine and terrestrial ecosystems of the Pacific region. The future instrument must recognize that Pacific SIDS are the receivers of plastic, either as imported materials or through the transboundary movement of waste through the ocean. The global consumption and mismanagement of plastic and plastic waste is producing a devastating and debilitating impact on the ocean, one of our primary food sources. As developing countries, we lack the access to appropriate technology, funding mechanisms, capacity, and training to adequately implement necessary actions to combat the scourge of plastic pollution. The instrument must provide this support whilst pushing to limit the creation of plastic upstream to reduce burden on Pacific SIDS, who are most impacted by plastic pollution and also most reliant on the ocean, yet the least able to act to address these impacts. The success of the instrument will require the provision of the means for implementation for SIDS in the implementation of obligations reporting activities, addressing barriers to recovery and recycling, and in developing sustainable alternatives. We as a region seek assistance in developing the national tools to fairly transition to safe and sustainable alternative business models and materials. Assistance in developing the national tools to transition to our common goal of a global and non-toxic circular economy. Assistance in developing the methods to collect and analyze data to improve plastic material flows in our economies, and assistance in removing the legacy plastics that plague the ocean that surrounds us, risking our livelihoods, our biodiversity, and our ocean culture. Pacific SIDS support the establishment of a scientific, economic, and technical body to advise the implementation of the instrument, including to facilitate the provision of means of implementation to developing country parties to the instrument. It will also support evidence-based decisions, understanding impacts of chemical additives and toxicants, and the potential for these materials to impact the practicality of a sustainable circular economy for plastics. Our Pacific people are at risk from both the use and the impacts of the significant plastic waste that end up in the ocean, which is one of the primary food sources for the region. Chair, finance, capacity building, and technology transfer must be provided under the instrument, with dedicated provisions for prioritized support to SIDS. A suite of financial support mechanisms, including stable, sustainable funding and grants, will be required to ensure the implementation of immediate actions to tackle plastic already existing in the environment, whilst necessary actions are undertaken to turn off the tap and reduce the continued production of plastics that will then accumulate in the environment. Pacific SIDS share the views of AOSIS that discussions on the instrument's financial mechanism and corresponding obligations should begin at the outset to establish roles and responsibilities with respect to each area of focus within the instrument. It is noted that different obligations may necessitate varied approaches and requirements in terms of enabling support for activities such as technology transfer, general implementation of obligations, and other associated full and incremental costs. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of NUI on behalf of the SIDS, Pacific SIDS. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Canada, followed by China.
Thank you, Chair. Canada supports a focused discussion on implementation measures, which we believe can be combined with 3C on monitoring progress. In particular, Canada recognizes the critical role of national action plans as an implementation tool in mobilizing actors and targeted actions towards a shared objective that take into consideration national and regional circumstances, and we look forward to discussion on national action plans under this element. Recognizing that plastic pollution disproportionately impacts developing countries, SIDS, and vulnerable populations, we note that capacity building and technical and financial assistance will be needed to facilitate the implementation of the agreement. Canada is a strong advocate for accountability, transparency, and evidence-based approaches. To achieve our shared objectives, we need an agreement that identifies common matrices and establishes sound reporting mechanisms that complement global instruments and initiatives where possible, and facilitate national reporting at a frequency and in a process that will garner the information in a consistent and comparable manner required to support the agreement. This will be critical to share information on implementation, evaluate the effectiveness of the agreement, and to track progress over time. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of China.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the implement means, it is our view that developing countries and countries with economies in transition are faced with multiple challenges such as economic growth and environmental pollution, as well as severe challenges in addressing climate change and achieving sustainable development. The instrument under discussion whether or not the successful conclusion and the full and effective implementation of the proposed instrument will depend to a large extent on whether or not all parties can reach a consensus on issues of common concern to developing countries and countries with economies in transition, such as financing, technology, and capacity building. We call upon the developing countries to demonstrate their political will and shoulder due responsibilities by providing adequate financial support to developing countries and countries with economies in transition. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the distinguished representative of China. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Capacity building, technical assistance, and financial assistance should be addressed in a correct manner. The content may vary corresponding to the level of ambition of the objectives, goals, and obligations and measures. All parties to the treaty should be equally responding to those common objectives and clear goals. We believe that we should negotiate those first. Having said that, Japan is ready to look at concrete text with regard to these measures, building upon what we have achieved in the past. In addition, Japan is willing to continue support bilaterally mostly to states without capacity to implement measures, including waste management. In discussions of arrangements for financial assistance, we believe that we should prioritize those countries who are in most need. The developed countries and high-income countries' financial situation also is not unlimited. So there should be a priority to those parties with most in need. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Chile, followed by Cuba and the United States.
Mr. Chairman, at the outset, we wish to thank the Secretariat for preparing the documents relating to capacity building, technical assistance, implementation, and finance. These are crucial issues not only for the development of the instrument, but also for the success of that instrument. We believe that it is vital to build technical and institutional capacity for all of those participating in the creation and effective implementation of this agreement, both states and non-state actors. It is for this reason that we urge all actors involved in the plastics life cycle to do everything they can now, because plastic pollution is affecting both biodiversity and human health. Citizens' education must also be considered. Consequently, the future instrument must facilitate public access to data and to information related to plastic production so that citizens can take informed decisions. As regards technology transfer, Chile believes that this must be one of the fundamental pillars of the new agreement. There is no doubt that plastic is an element of human creation. Consequently, that it has components that only their creation knows. So progress made in this field, particularly in processing, must be shared, and that will facilitate compliance with the agreements reached as part of this broader agreement. So the plastics chain needs to be properly analyzed. As we all know, no goal can be reached successfully without financing. Chile firmly believes that there must be adequate and predictable financing to forge ahead with the required transformations in order to truly achieve a genuine circular plastic economy. We think that the UNEP document INC/1.9 will serve as a tool for future discussions that we'll have on this issue now and in the next session. Moreover, we reiterate the previous appeal made regarding the fact that financing for the participation in INC meetings is a crucial issue because both political representatives and technical representatives must be able to participate such that small delegations such as our own can have balance across sessions. We think that we should have a contact group to share initial ideas regarding implementation, technical assistance, capacity building and financing, and we'd like to be part of that group. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Chile, and I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Cuba. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cuba aligns itself with and fully supports the statement made by the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda on behalf of AOSIS. And we simply wish to build on two specific issues. One, the financing mechanism, and two, technology transfer. A great deal has been said in this room by developing countries. They've said that they need financial resources, stable, new and specific financial resources for plastics, with the contribution from various sources, despite the fact that the majority of these sources should be public. However, it's not enough to have a new fund if we don't know how to use it. A great deal has also been said here about obligatory measures and control measures which depend on are necessary given the complexity of plastic pollution, and we need to introduce technological changes which go from the design to production of products if we are to have obligatory measures. We also need to look new alternatives to substitute single-use plastics, for example, or to manage the waste of such products. The new instrument that we will create has to see us look for innovative solutions so that developing countries are able to access the technologies they need. We must, Mr. Chairman, lay the foundations for changes in the multilateral arena in terms of the way we access multilateral mechanisms so that in practice we can make technology transfer a reality. For this reason, Cuba believes that the financing mechanism must be designed with the goal of helping the full implementation of obligations, and that includes financing for technology transfer through, for example, robot technologies should, producers of these technologies should make contributions. We can't simply rely on existing mechanisms. We need to stand as examples in this new instrument which we will negotiate. We must look for tangible and feasible solutions through, for example, the financial mechanism that we create so that countries can really have access to the technologies they require. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba.
Representative of the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Capacity building, technical assistance, and technology transfer under mutually agreed terms are important contributions to the instrument's eventual effective implementation. A key element of this support will be the establishment of an effective financial mechanism that prioritizes funding activities that support the objective and obligations under the instrument. We think that all means of implementation should prioritize actions that result in transformational action in addressing plastic pollution, and that financial resources should be strategically prioritized for and targeted towards countries with significant plastic pollution issues and limited capacity and resources to address them. The challenge of plastic pollution is fundamentally different from other environmental challenges we have tackled internationally, and correspondingly, we are interested in thinking creatively about financing for this agreement. This includes thinking about ways a financial mechanism can operate strategically and with comparative advantage in a financing landscape that already features significant finance streams, including from bilateral assistance, multilateral development banks, investments, and the private sector. The United States is open to different institutional models of an eventual financial mechanism, but recognizes it is premature at this stage to discuss any specific arrangements. However, we can describe some of the key characteristics that an eventual mechanism's operating entity or operating entities should have. These include being capable of managing flows from both ODA and non-ODA sources, and being able to prioritize financial assistance for those countries that most need it and for those activities most capable of achieving the instrument's objectives while not penalizing countries for taking early action to address plastic pollution. It will be important to us that the instrument references the role that the private sector and subnational entities play in providing financial assistance. It will also be critical that the eventual financial mechanism plays a clear, additive, and complementary role to that financial assistance. We support the reflection made by the European Union that discussion of finance flows need to be inclusive of all available finance flows, and the recognition from Japan that all parties to the instrument can contribute towards the common objectives of that instrument. We understand that for the financial mechanism, form will follow function. At this early stage of the INC process, it is important to listen carefully to the visions expressed of how to solve the plastic pollution problem, and we can later turn to potential institutional arrangements for financing and other means of implementation later in the process. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United States. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Switzerland, followed by Pakistan and Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To mobilize the required resources to end plastic pollution will not be an easy task. We have to be innovative, to mobilize investments, collect finances from all sources, and include the private sector. An important component will be the implementation of the polluter pays principle, for example, through EPR schemes that allow to reduce plastic pollution and mobilize financial resources. A few years back, we have developed an integrated approach to the long-term funding of the Chemicals and Waste Agenda that was adopted by the Governing Council of UNEP. The approach with its three key elements, mainstreaming, industry involvement, and dedicated external finance, is relevant and meaningful for the field of plastic pollution and could be a good starting point for further discussions. As outlined in the UNEA Resolution 5/14, capacity building and finance and technical assistance will be required for a number of countries to meet the obligation and enhance implementation of the treaty. Concerning the financial mechanism, the form, mechanism, and arrangements will strongly depend on the structure and content of the treaty, and in particular on the objective and legally binding obligations that the treaty contains. Last but not least, this delegation is committed to define measures that are cost-effective, to make best use of financial resources, and to use the synergies with existing instruments, in particular the BRS Convention, to lower the cost of managing the treaty and to lower the administrative burden for member states. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Pakistan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We fully support the intervention of China. Capacity building, technical assistance, technology transfer, and financial assistance are pivotal for developing countries. As many developing countries have no facilities to collect and recycle the plastic waste, so these things are very important, and we also echo the comments of USA for different success models of financial mechanism. We also welcome the offer of Japan for their bilateral support for plastic waste management to the developing country. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ghana, followed by Egypt and South Africa.
Thank you, Chair. I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Africa Group. As we embark on this journey to develop an international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, including in the marine environment, the objective of the instrument can only be achieved by equally ambitious means of implementation. This includes predictable and sustainable financing, technology transfer on concessional and preferential terms, and capacity building. provided under the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. It is important that the discussion on means of implementation takes into consideration overlapping issues relating to the full plastics life cycle, actions at the national level, effective evaluation mechanisms, and compliance. The element to be tackled head-on is the development of a dedicated financial mechanism that includes new and additional sustainable financial resources for the treaty implementation. In essence, new financial mechanisms will be required to implement this treaty. A multilateral fund that can benefit from lessons learned from the Montreal Protocol on substances that deplete the ozone layer. We should learn from past experiences and success stories of how such a fund helped with the phasing out of harmful ozone-depleting substances. Support for developing countries, and especially Africa, to implement the desired objectives of the treaty is very essential. As it has been previously reiterated, the majority of African countries are not net producers of plastics. Yet, the region meets a multitude of challenges, including lack of resources and technological capacity to manage various aspects relating to plastics pollution. These challenges are compounded by the burden of toxic and non-recyclable plastic waste exports from outside Africa. Therefore, we underscore the consideration of the unique needs of the African continent in relation to financial assistance, capacity building, and technical assistance. Chair, we also highlight environmentally sound technology transfer to prevent the transfer of polluting and/or outdated technology as a critical means of implementation. Most developing countries require tremendous support in assessing reliable and innovative technology to tackle various issues along the plastics value chain. Therefore, enhance international cooperation and partnerships that aim to bridge technological gaps between Global North and the Global South are imperative to the success in the implementation of the instrument. Lastly, it is important not to overlook the role and the need for strategic capacity building that is also vital for facilitating functional preparedness to absorb new technology. In this vein, it is also vital for us to explore the option of launching a dedicated process to assess the needs of developing countries to implement the provisions of the agreement in a manner which assesses the whole life cycle of plastics. I thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ghana. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. Egypt aligns itself with the statement made by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. My delegation does not agree with the sentiment that has been expressed by some in the room that we can discuss obligations under this agreement without also opening a space for discussions on the requisite means of implementation of those obligations. As my delegation has consistently emphasized, action and support are indeed inextricably linked, and the provision of adequate, predictable, and at-scale finance will indeed be a critical enabler for the action we all aspire to. And of course, the point as well on the quality of this finance, bearing in mind the need to not contribute to the debt burden of many of our developing countries. there can be really no doubt that public finance must be supplemented by mobilized private finance as well, to ensure that adequate support is provided to fulfill all the requirements under this new agreement. And in this vein, we must also ensure that there is support to the private sector in developing countries, and in particular small and medium enterprises, to implement what we agree upon in the spirit of achieving a just transition. Chair, we have also mentioned that a dedicated multilateral fund is an important step towards realizing this objective as part of the financial mechanism that we envisage for this agreement. And indeed, we should learn from past experiences, as has been said before, including that of the Montreal Protocol. Mr. Chair, we also wish to emphasize the point on the need for technology transfer on a concessional and preferential basis for all developing countries. And there can be no doubt about the instrumentality of technology in all our endeavors with regard to plastic pollution. And finally, before I close, Mr. Chair, I would also like to reiterate the point on exploring the option of a dedicated process to assess the needs of developing countries, to implement the provisions that we will agree. And this will be an essential component in order to assess what the scale of the finance, for instance, that will be required, and to meet the actual real-world needs of our developing countries in implementing the provisions. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of South Africa, followed by Indonesia and Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. South Africa aligns itself with a statement made by Ghana on behalf of the 54 states of the African Group. South Africa has a vast coastline that covers over 3,000 kilometers, and the marine environment is heavily impacted upon by plastic pollution. In our national statement delivered earlier this week, the South African delegation emphasized that critical to any success would be the means of implementation required by developing countries. This element of the instrument should be a key feature for each stage of the plastic life cycle. The means should be mobilized upstream, midstream, and downstream. For each control measure that is put on the table as part of these negotiations, the means needs to be clear from the onset. It is of utmost importance that the real principle, in particular the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, is given priority for this part of the agenda. The development of a dedicated financial mechanism that includes new and additional sustainable financial resources for the treaty's implementation would assist success on curbing plastic pollution. Given the full life cycle emphasis that has been earlier put on the table, it is critical that this new financial mechanism demonstrates innovation to ensure that all sources and polluters are part of the new financial mechanism. The means need to be ambitious, emphasis on new and additional and predictable adequate finance that is also including environmentally sound technology transfer is of key importance. In essence, a new financial mechanism would be required, and we are proposing a multilateral fund. South Africa would like to re-emphasize the needs for innovation and in-depth discussions on this agenda. In this regard, South Africa once again requests the establishment of the contact group to discuss the means of implementation. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa. I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Discussion on means of implementation, including capacity building, technical assistance, and finance, should be conducted hand in hand with the discussion on the related substantive matter. We cannot and we should not discuss a particular substantive matter, but then discuss the means of implementation on a much later stage. Instead, discussion on substance must immediately be accompanied by the discussion on means of implementation related to the substance. As our delegation have mentioned in our previous intervention, this legally binding instrument should create the needed level playing field to ensure the effective implementation of this instrument. And this level playing field is created through capacity building, technical and financial assistance for developing countries. Furthermore, this legally binding instrument should also create an enabling environment for promoting cooperation among developing countries through South-South cooperation. I thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia. I give now the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We believe in the need to achieve a robust convention that responds to our ambitions to put an end to plastic pollution through provisions that are firm and specific. We therefore need implementing means that are effective. We have discussed some of those provisions, and today we feel that means of implementation must be in proportion with the obligations that we are agreeing upon. For that reason, if we look at the provisions relating to obligations on the one hand, then we also need to look at the tools and means available for implementation and the scientific tools in parallel. We do indeed need a financial mechanism that is robust and which takes into account all of the provisions, and that is the path towards effective implementation. We also need to consider sources of financing based on the following principles: prevention, protection, the polluter pays principle, and the responsibility of the producer. We believe it is necessary to mobilize these resources via the efforts of all stakeholders. We must take into account the full life cycle of plastics on the basis of the aforementioned principles. Mr. Chair, we also feel that capacity building and technology transfer are among the main tools to be taken into consideration by the various actors concerned, be it at the level of governments or in the private sector, or indeed in the international private sector or international financial institutions. This assistance must be provided to all countries that need it, so that we can ensure that a genuine circular economy is created, and also so as to preserve the resources of our countries and to achieve sustainable consumption and to allow for effective recycling. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Jordan, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey.
Thank you, Chair. We believe multilateral financial mechanism and technology transfer is imperative to support implementation, including capacity building, technical assistance, and finance. But how can we act together? We believe that today we are looking for the answer to this question. The important thing is to be sure that no one left behind, as it is said at UNEA. It should be our basic understanding to act strategically to benefit from all kinds of investments, private sector, public and other international financial mechanisms while carrying out studies on this subject. When the new instrument is established, a unit related to budgetary issues should be established and it should be ensured that it acts with a mechanism subject to independent auditing in terms of prioritization, project design and technology and information transfer in the distribution of financial funds. As in all other activities, transparency, sensitivity, and financial prioritization on the basis of subject and country are required. With these mechanisms, we can get an integrated result from the efforts of both developing and developed countries and ensure the end of plastic pollution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey. I now give the floor to a distinguished representative of the United Kingdom, followed by Sri Lanka and the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Chair. The UK recognises that developing countries will require support to implement elements of the treaty and is eager to work with all members to identify the most effective and efficient way of providing this support. Consideration should be given to the full range of potential funding models, including existing funding mechanisms, a dedicated funding mechanism under the treaty, private sector financing and bilateral funding options. An approach that helps match funding to need will be an effective and equitable way to build capacity and ensure all nations have the means to deliver on the aims of the treaty. We also need to recognise that setting a clear direction of travel with the right obligations at an international level will be an important element of what this treaty can provide to help mobilise funding. There are huge elements of private sector finance waiting to be unlocked. This treaty can act as an enabler to unleash that funding, for example, by establishing common standards and waste management principles. This treaty can unlock private investment into waste management infrastructure and aid the development of technologies. Understanding the existing funding gaps will enable us to tailor any funding mechanisms best suited to fill those gaps. There are a variety of capacity building and technical assistance guidance that can provide guidance for provisions under a new treaty. The UK stands ready to consider different potential funding mechanisms that are able to deliver the best possible outcomes for the implementation of the treaty. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the United Kingdom. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the proposals provided by the developed countries on bilateral and multilateral arrangements to provide finances and technical assistance and technology transfer. And really, it is really a must for the developing world, and especially for the countries which has declared bankruptcy like us. So I think implementation of the national action plans, we need funding for those, and also the recycling is promoted under this plastic management. Now the small and the medium-sized recycling factories are really not up to the standard, and they are polluting the environment by toxic emissions. So therefore, if the funding is not being arranged, or if we don't have it, then the situation becomes more and the environmental pollution will be more. And also the creation of awareness, and then the decontamination of the existing waste dump yards with a lot of plastics, and those will be aggravated, and then we will not be able to find any solutions, and we will not be able to go ahead with any of the programs. Therefore, I think we have to, independently also, we have to think some means of providing funds through maybe polluter pay principle or extended producer responsibility principles. We might be able to capture some funds, but in addition, I think some good mechanisms and sustainable financial and technology systems should be developed to implement these programs. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka, and I give the floor now to the distinguished representative of the Syrian Arab Republic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As regards building technical capacities and technology transfer, the instrument should clearly provide for this, to provide assistance to developing countries and build their capacities, boost their expertise, and transfer innovative technology as well as scientific research to be accessible by all in order to mitigate plastic pollution. Financial assistance should be given through grants or investments without increasing the economic issues and burden on those countries. Financial assistance should be thoroughly studied without any political differentiation.
I thank the representative of the Syrian Arab Republic. I now give the floor to the representative of Cameroon, followed by Norway and Venezuela.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Thank you for giving us the floor, Mr. Chair. My delegation supports the position expressed by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. In our national capacity, we support the position aiming to create a contact group on means of implementation. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Cameroon, and I now give the floor to a representative of Norway.
Thank you very much, Chair. Many countries will need assistance to help set in motion the measures that we agree in this process. We are encouraged by the strong interest and creativity in this regard that is represented in this meeting. We also note a different inclination in established actors to cooperate better with each other to serve the needs for support more effectively. Like Switzerland, we see that the integrated approach to financing of chemicals and waste, as adopted by UNEA in its Resolution 1.5, applies also for plastics. We are in some ways in a favorable situation, as the issue of plastics lends itself to applying the polluter pays principles, committing and stimulating private solutions. The development of EPR schemes will be particularly important, we think. But the new treaty will need a financial mechanism. Dedicated external financing should be prioritized to those countries most in need and have a focus on developing institutional capacity and an enabling framework. We must keep exploring innovative sources of finance too. We should closely follow the developments under parallel processes such as for biodiversity and climate change and others, how those have evolved. Finally, we must follow all the new developments in the financial market and what they entail for this sector. We think new techniques to mitigate financial risk could become one of the keys to unlocking investments that are larger than public finance can ever cover. At future INCs, Norway expects the discussion on means of implementation to develop in parallel with our discussions on general obligations, control measures, and voluntary measures. Norway sees this as a helpful dynamic as we learn more about what we need to finance. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Norway. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Venezuela.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to thank the Secretariat for the documents provided. In order to meet the instruments of the international legally binding instrument on plastic pollution, especially in the marine environment, the countries, especially developing countries, will require a sound, sustainable, accessible financial instrument that will ensure the meeting of our countries in its implementation. This is a focus that will change the current production pattern and how to create a new pattern for plastic production. We have a tremendous challenge ahead of us in order to face this very complex problem. That means technological transfer, and technological assistance. And this is one of the hurdles we have, having in mind the need for appropriate technology that will help us manage our waste. This involves education, access to information by the population that is involved. This should be reflected in the new document. And lastly, we urge that funding be augmented to encourage participation from our countries, and especially developing countries. Thank you.
Ahora doy la palabra al distinguido.
And I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Congo.
I'm sorry.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Mr. Chair. The Republic of Congo aligns itself with the statement delivered by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. Mr. Chair, on the subject of the financing mechanism for this new agreement, we think that the problems posed by plastics are indeed major ones. And as we tend to say, if you're talking about big words, then you need big resources in order to overcome them. And that's why we want the financial mechanism to address the fight against plastic pollution to be an effective tool that is specific and sustainable. It has to provide financial and technical assistance to help, above all, developing countries to comply with the production and consumption control measures for plastics. These measures, the fund would provide additional costs and approaches to compliance for countries, including equal partnerships. Mr. Chair, the tool that we want to put in place is based on preserving the marine environment and its entire economy. And this mechanism must therefore support the development of projects related to those economies, and it must strengthen them and strengthen local mechanisms to allow them to achieve the objectives that will be in the tool that we want to create. For that reason, the Republic of Congo currently has a blue fund which was created to help improve waterways and maritime navigation, and to support hydroelectric projects, develop fisheries, and strengthen irrigation in order to increase the productivity of arable lands in the savannah. All of these activities, Mr. Chair, are currently vulnerable from plastic pollution. The Republic of Congo is looking for partners that would help strengthen the functioning of this Blue Fund for the Congo Basin, because this Blue Fund is supposed to be a way to provide additional funding, which is generally requested for the implementation of projects. That's why we ask that the fund or financial mechanism that will be set up can also be a way to support this Blue Fund, along with other local initiatives which may pop up here and there in developing countries. And this is an appeal to the partners which may be present here to come and talk to us, to come and see us, and to invest in this way to get the Blue Fund up and running, which is a way to support the implementation of the convention that we're trying to put in place. Thank you, Chair.
Representative of Congo, I now give the floor to distinguished representative of Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. Kenya aligns herself with the statement made by Ghana on behalf of the African Group. Kenya reiterates that funding for Africa to implement various international instruments such as SICOM, Stockholm and Basel Conventions is limited, and there is need for new, additional, sustainable and adequate funding for the implementation of this upcoming treaty. We propose that EPR schemes should contribute to financing the prevention and remediation of the pollution of their materials, in addition to financing research for innovations to prevent pollution. We call for the availability of adequate means of implementation for developing countries to meet their obligations and commitments under the new instrument. Additional and predictable financial and technical assistance should be provided via a dedicated multilateral fund established for that purpose. In addition, provisions to ensure technology transfer, development, and deployment, as well as capacity building, should be prioritized. Further, Kenya welcomes the proposal to establish a contact group to generate further ideas on these aspects. Thank you, Chair.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya. This was the last state member in our lists, so I have now representations from observers. I will give the floor first to the WWF. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my name is Eirik Lindeberg and I'm speaking on behalf of WWF. Sufficient implementation support must be a core part of the new instrument. Common global rules should be supported by adequate means of implementation, including capacity building, financial support, and technology transfer, including the option of a dedicated multilateral fund for effective implementation by all parties. WWF also considers national action plans as an important supporting provision to facilitate implementation of core obligations under the new treaty. However, we should also be cautious of the bureaucratic burden that new requirements for national action plans may put on parties, in particular developing countries. Many states and regions have already made such plans. Should they need to redo them under this treaty, it could turn out to be a very costly administrative exercise and a duplication of work already done. We must learn from the lessons of the past. The Global Programme of Action for the Protection of the Marine Environment from Land-Based Activities, adopted in Washington in 1995, has already requested states to, and I quote, develop and review national programs of actions within a few years and take forward action to implement these programs with the assistance of international cooperation. A new treaty on plastic pollution with only national action plans and without binding global measures would be repeating what we have already been doing for 3 decades. WWF expresses full support for the variety of ambitious global measures proposed today by many delegations from countries with diverse national context and capacities. These include global bans and phase-outs of toxic additives and high-risk polymers and products, global product requirements for circularity, global standards for environmentally sound waste management, etc. The core obligations must be specific and binding and designed to solve plastic pollution in a cost-effective way through globally harmonized measures. Our best chance against plastic pollution is through setting up common global rules in the treaty backed by strong implementation support mechanisms. Time is up for fragmented activities as the past has shown. Now we must finally enter the time of coherent and effective common standards of actions. Thank you.
I thank the representative of WWF. And we will have now an intervention, an online intervention by the International Medical Crisis Response Alliance.
Mr. Chairman and distinguished representatives, thank you for the invitation to address this body. My name is Dr. Thomas Hedberg, and I represent the International Medical Crisis Response Alliance, or IMCRA, whose mission is international medical education. Regarding the discussions on operations and measures that will have bearing on national action plans and the associated budgets, our organization would like to propose that the following be considered as a key element of the treaty. And that is, in particular, that a long-term goal should be advocated for national education on the medical and environmental importance of plastic recycling. Since it is unlikely that plastic production and modification can be rapidly reduced or eliminated, a key factor in reducing plastic pollution will be community and particularly individual understanding and enthusiasm for recycling and dealing with waste plastics. To this end, an action plan is advocated in this regard that should include a technologically innovative and intensive nationally oriented advertising campaign for popular outreach and education on the importance of limiting plastic use and encouraging recycling. I thank the Chair for this opportunity and my colleagues.
I thank the representative of International Medical Crisis Response Alliance. I'll give now the floor to the representative of Saudi Arabia, who has requested the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for allowing us to come in. We agree with many previous speakers who've rightfully highlighted that we cannot engage in a theoretical discussion regarding the establishment of this treaty and end up with a treaty that has very limited chance of being implemented. We're having a conversation about an extremely serious problem that we believe deserves its serious consideration. And so in order for this treaty to be impactful, all discussions on obligations must carefully take requisite means of implementation into consideration. And we support the position taken by the distinguished delegate from Egypt, who highlighted that we must have assessment of developing country needs that will enable the implementation of this treaty. Additionally, we believe that research and development is important to advance our ability to manage this significant challenge, but the development of technical solutions to our plastic waste challenge will only be as strong as the technical assistance and cooperation that is provided to allow equitable access to these technologies. Furthermore, technological solutions must be comprehensive without limiting them to specific types, since the capabilities and infrastructure are different from one country to another. With regards to finance within this treaty, we believe that this must follow other multilateral treaties that honor the common but differentiated responsibilities as they are set out in Principle 7 of the Rio Declaration, with financial flows from developed to developing countries. With regard to the polluter pay principle and extended producer responsibility, we believe that this is not a substitute to financial obligations of developed countries. These are also new ideas that are not well defined in this process, and we strongly oppose their inclusion at this time in any documents produced until there is a common understanding of what is meant by this terminology. We would also like to end by showing support to the call made by colleagues from Cameroon and others to establish a contact group that will allow us to discuss means of implementation and have a better understanding moving forward. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia. We have one intervention from the Marine Ecosystem Protected Area Trust. is in microphone 65.
Good evening. Once there is a will, there is a way. My name is Ruth Spencer, and I'm happy to report that in Antigua, we have several local community groups, our real community stewards. They see the need to take actions, and they have started pilot projects. The funds came from the Jeff SGP. IUCN has also provided support. We have technical assistance from Castle University and other agencies. These efforts to reuse, recycle, and upcycle plastics are contributing to employment, skills generation, income generation, production of craft and gift items. Antigua is a tourist island, and we also have an event called Sailing Week. And one sailing week, the groups produced many plastic, huge hampers, and all the sailors in the ships brought them up. So there were efforts to reuse the plastics. Currently on island, our upcycling initiative is being done through a partnership with a couple from the Netherlands. They have a boat, they came to Antigua, and they saw the amount of plastics, and they saw the need to do something. And so they were able to get some funding, and with the extruder, they are now producing about 150 plant pots per day. With their boat, they take the children out, youths to the offshore islands. The students at the State College are also involved in the program. And we find a lot of plastics on the offshore islands, and we know they're coming from Martinique and Guadeloupe because of the markings we are seeing on the bottles. Our groups are also involved in beach cleanups because we have to protect our coastline. We want to enjoy our clean blue oceans. We have formed a group called the Zero Waste Antigua Barbados Group, and this is taking actions across different waste streams. Many of these groups are headed by women. They see the harm to their health, to that of their families, and the environment, and they have taken actions. Mobilization of resources is needed to upscale these local initiatives, and we need technologies catered to our size and scale. We have reached out to many donors. They want technical and financial analysis, and we are working on these. So that's my contribution in the form of positive actions that's taking place at the local level. Thank you.
I thank the representative of the Marine Ecosystems Protected Area Trust. We are arriving to the end of our third day discussions. This has been a very important discussion on means of implementation. We have taken duly note of very important contributions, very constructive contributions regarding the importance of finance, particularly finance from public finance, technology transfer, capacity building, technical assistance, and also the importance to continue discussing this in a more focused way. So I think we don't have more time, and there is one more point left on this regarding the schedule we established this morning. I think that there were some requirements for information regarding the contact group we established this morning. This is, as I mentioned, an informal contact group, and this group discussed. The first meeting was at 1:15, and there will be a second meeting today at 18:45 tonight. And I asked the group to present the outcomes of the discussions for tomorrow. I could present this to the plenary, so they will finalize their discussions tonight. they will finalize the discussion at 9:30. Buses have been organized to take delegates back to their hotels following the conclusion of the discussion of this informal group. I think we have some housekeeping information from the Secretariat, so I'll pass them the floor, and we'll start tomorrow discussing our last point on elements to support monitoring and evaluation of progress in and effectiveness of implementation and national reporting. Secretariat, you have the floor.
Merci. Nous encourageons toutes les délégations.
We encourage all delegations to send their statements to the Secretariat to the following email address: unep-incplastic.secretariat@un.org. For health reasons, we recommend delegations to wear masks and to adopt social distancing measures. You can find masks on the conference center site, as well as hand sanitizer gel at the reception. If you show symptoms of COVID-19, or if you feel unwell, please self-isolate in your hotel room and let the Secretariat know. And don't hesitate to contact us if you need assistance. PCR and antigen tests will be on sale on Friday at 9 a.m. And if you want any more information on this, you can go to the reception. Lastly, in order to facilitate the logistics, when it comes to transport to Montevideo, please fill in the form telling us about your return flight at the transport stand just next to the badge collection stand. The host country will then inform you later about arrangements for transport to the airport. Uruguay heavily encourages you to reduce your use of single-use plastics on the conference center site, because recently a large number of plastic waste has been found at the conference center. Thank you.
Secretariat, and with that, we don't have more issues for today, so I hope good luck to the informal group tonight, and we will see you tomorrow at 10. The meeting is adjourned.